Lord. Can you see me, Nick?
No, well, no, it's like kept off for 5 minutes.
Honey, it's a brand new link, dear.
Oh, I don't know. You said
All right, there's someone. All right, yeah, honey, honey, that's
Well, how
the
come
whole
I
point.
can't find it?
It doesn't matter. It's fine. It's
Oh,
fine.
I can see you now. I
Okay,
can see
great.
it
You guys,
shit
I'm
all over
here.
the place.
I know. It's good. Just go. Just go, please. Oh, yeah, here I am. You can see me behind. You can see Nick after his workout. All right, let's just look, friends. Oh my gosh, I'm just ready to. Can I see what it looks like, honey?
You're upside down.
All right. Oh, you guys. Is that better?
Yep.
Somebody get me a drink.
Okay.
Oh.
We got 20 people back watching.
Oh my gosh,
So
you guys are amazing. I would have been like, yeah, I'm out. If I were you guys, I would have been like, I'm out. Yeah. We may have a real small group today. And you know what? That's totally okay. It'll be nice and cozy. So I just need one more minute. I need to pop this new link into the last video so people know where to find us. Oh, okay, hang tight. So internet completely went down. The whole thing just went down. We had no internet for about 20 minutes there. We have no clue why. No clue why. And you know what? I guess that's the internet, but so frustrating. Wyatt decides today, right when I go live, after 5 minutes, Lord only knows. It's just, just Murphy's Law, I guess, right? Murphy's Law. All right. Well, you got a lovely photo of my other side of the room, and you got a photo of Nick after he jumped off of the treadmill after working out while he was still in the middle of workout. I'm like, Nick!
They all wanted to see me sweaty.
They probably all did want to see you sweaty, I'm sure that was on their wish list for Christmas, right? To see Nick standing there sweaty in his workout clothes, whatever. All right, one more sec, friends, okay? I just need to figure out where our new link is so I can pop it in for everybody else. Oh, look it. Some people are here. Yay. All right. I don't know. What do you do? What do? You just roll with the punches because they're going to punch. The punches are punching today, right? Okay, we're almost here. Copy. This comes over here. New link in the description box. Here we go. We're here. Okay, there we go. Hopefully. Lots of you have found me, which I'm shocked. I love it. You guys are the best. Okay, so now let me find, last thing I need to hear is that I need to find me. That sounds like a really interesting conversation, doesn't it? I need to find me so that I can see us, because right now I cannot see us. I need to see us or I'm blind. I cannot see in the chat or anything. So give me one more sec here. And then we will be ready to roll. Oh, and good. Reggie's going to cooperate. He's getting in his little box. So that's good. All right, here we go. Here we are. Let me just add this to a little playlist and then I can see us. And then we'll be ready to roll. All right. Then we'll be ready to roll and things will all be good again. Things will all be right in the world of listing with Lael on Saturdays. All right, here we go. All right, save. Unfortunately, and you guys probably don't even care, but when something goes wrong on YouTube and you lose everything, there is no way to reuse that link. You have to reinitiate a brand new live, and that means a new link. So it just makes it kind of hard to find you guys to find me to find you, and all of that. Okay, I think I have us. So guess what? Now, not only did you see Nick sweat, you saw Lael sweat. I mean, it is what it is, right? We can't cry over spilt milk because it is what it is. Okay. All right. Hello. Hi. If you're just joining me, and if you've never been here before, guess what? This is how you know that this is a small business woman owned. The things happened, right? Things just happened. So We just roll with the punches. But we're here. We're here. We're gonna have fun. We're here listing. We're gonna be together this Saturday before Christmas, and hopefully, I'll take your mind off things. If you need me to take your mind off things, so that's why I'm here. And guess what? You're here to keep my mind off of things, like the stress of all the things, right? When it comes to technology. All right, so it's funny, actually, apparently, when I froze on our last video, you guys were hearing me in a loop, and you were hearing me say over and over and over, maybe today you are watching Hallmark Christmas movies and you're snuggled up all cozy on the couch. So maybe that's the perfect way for me to get stuck on a loop. Just put all those good, positive Christmas vibes out in the world, holiday vibes, that you're just all snuggled, you know, like the the creatures saying that the children will nestle while snug in their bed. So you're just like the children, but you're nestled on the couch watching Hallmark Christmas movies. All right, so let me quickly go back to the chat. Let's see who's here, and then we'll get the party started, all right? Or the party continued. Oh, and it looks so different. Why does everything look so different now? I don't know. It's all good. Anyhow, yes, deep breath. I know, deep breath. So there is, I promise, and you know what, who cares? If there was an adult beverage in my coffee cup, there's not, but there could be, right? There could be coffee. So let's have a little sip of caffeine before we get going. Carrie Adams. Yes, I have your package. So I will do that either later today or tomorrow, but I got it, okay? Hi, Carrie. Nice to see you. Amy said we're back. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Carrie. Kelly Martin. Yeah, we were upside down. Now we're good. I just got to keep you guys on your toes, right? My Creative Roots Craft. Hello, hello. Kate Bow. It's all good. No worries. Thank you, Zen Girls. Yeah, thank you. It's all good, right? It's all good. Hello, Wendy, KMC. Hi, Christy, Virginia. I know, deep breaths, right? You guys, thank you for hanging with me during the technical difficulties. At one point, I'm sure like smoke is like in the cartoon days, smoke is like coming out of my ears. And I'm just staring at Nick like, not that he can fix it. I mean, why am I, anyhow. He's rebooting the internet, and then I don't know, like the fifth time, it just decided to work. So, anyhow, yeah, we just roll with the punches, right? Okay, honey. Okay, well, so Nick was in the chat. He swore in the chat. That's okay. I'm swearing, but you guys couldn't hear me. Hello, Marion. Nice to see you. Mariposa said hello, fellow crafters. Happy holidays. Yes. Kelly Martin. I know. Some days. We just feel like we want to crawl back in bed, don't we? And some days we can. Yes, Virginia, bring this woman a mimosa. Something, right? Hi, Janelle. Fun to see you. Janelle is one of the new members of the creative team. Nice to have you here with us, Janelle. I love that, Kate. She said, we appreciate you in this community you foster. No stress or worries. Thank you. You guys are always so just kind of roll with the punches, so I appreciate that. Laura, yes, many of you now are reiterating what Nick said, the blank happens, fill in the blank. Virginia, you love sweating in. I like it. Wanda, let's start it again. Yep. Kate, pivot. We're pivoting. Hi, Carla. Nice to see you. Jillian said, life happens. We love you. No worries. Thank you. Kathy, you found us. All good. Technical difficulties happen. Deborah found us again. Oh, Virginia, I'm so happy. Virginia, you wore the sweater, right? You wore the sweater. Are you the one who bought it for your book club? You wore it last week, Saturday, and you had so many compliments. I love that. That's so fun. It's a very fun, festive sweater, that one I had on last time. Hi, Heather. Nice to see you again. Dawn, yes, I meant to start now. I knew there were some people that needed like 20 extra minutes. So that's it. I made all that happen on purpose. So the people that were going to arrive a little bit late to the party didn't feel bad. That's what we did. Hello, Mazel. Dawn, yeah, technology at its finest. And we're back. Hi, Sarah. KNBC Nor. Hello. Stamp Booker. Hi, Texas. Cherie, yeah, just a blip on the screen of life. Maura, hello from cold and blustery Canada, an hour north of Montreal. You've been lurking for a few months, so it's about time I joined the chat. Well, you know what? I'm so glad you did. If you guys lurk and hang out, that's totally good. I'm here for you, whatever you want to do. If you want to pop in and say hi. But I love it when you pop in and say hi, especially if you've been a lurker and you haven't really popped in. It's a wonderful, amazing community. As you can see by the people in the chat, we just roll with the punches. So lovely to have you, and nice for you to pop in. I love that you popped in. Pam, good morning. It's a great day to list, and tech difficulties don't deter squirrels, right? They're probably freaking squirrels out munching on the internet line or something, right? That's probably what's happened. Loves my Griffin more. Hello, hello. Oh yes, my friend with the Brussels Griffin. Yes, I love that. I can't remember if I told my mom about that. I need to tell her. I think I forgot. One crafty bee. Hello from soggy Washington State. You're getting ready to volunteer this afternoon for a local nonprofit where kids get to shop. Oh, have the best time. That just makes me so happy. Makes me so happy. Lori is on the car on her way to Nashville. Lisa from Mississippi. Hello, Paula. And you guys, we're going to give a couple minutes so that people have a chance to find us if they lost us before. And that gives me a, chance to say hello. Dawn, Coffee and Bailey's. Ooh, that sounds good. Now, at this point, honestly, I would probably go out to the fridge and pop open a bottle of Prosecco and have a, glass or two. Not really a glass or two, but one, if you add orange juice in it, it makes it okay, right? But I will not do that while I am doing this, because doing this, believe it or not, takes a lot for the brain to kind of work and craft and talk about what I'm doing, and then also keep, conversation going and keep you guys entertained. You throw an adult beverage in there, the whole thing just kind of falls apart. So maybe after. Kelly Martin, you're recovering from surgery and you are in your new pajamas on the couch with a warm blanket. What a cozy way to recover. I hope your recovery goes quickly for you and that you're doing well. Carrie is feeling a little bit congested and icky. Yeah, you're moving slow. So you know what? I'll move slow with you. How about that? I'll move slow with you. You're going to Cedro Woolley at High Tea. Now, I think that's where my sister lives, right? My sister lives in Cedro Woolley. She does, yes. Yes, I love that you guys are close together. I mean, you've never met, but maybe one day. Hi, Gerda. Nice to see you. Hi, Tabitha. Karen, thank you. Carrie, thank you for the reminder. Everybody thumbs up, please. Even if you're like, still thumbs up. My Creative Roots said, I'm happy to catch you today before you get started on the holiday preparations. Hi, Flora. Nice to see you. Fun to see you, Flora. Hello, Marilee. Karen Falk. We have a friend from New Zealand. Lovely, lovely. Virginia. Sweater. Okay, so my sweater. Yeah, my sweater. Another TJ Maxx find. You guys, I don't spend a lot on clothes. I like clothes. And so if I spend a lot on clothes, then, well, I'd have a problem. So just TJ Maxx find, and this is my kind of holiday sweater. We have two things to go to tonight. We have a friend dinner, some close friends. There's 4 couples going to dinner, and then we also have a neighborhood party. So I just decided I'm going to get dressed now, and I'll be dressed for the day, although I probably will need to put new deodorant on after all the sweating from the delay. And, hi, Terry. Nice to see you. Oh, Terry, that'd be fantastic. If you want to pop the new link in the Facebook group in case people are there looking. Carrie's tackling chores in the kitchen and you're listening. I love that. Annie Brown, also from New Zealand. Love that. Fun to have our New Zealand friends in the house. Okay, my friends, we're doing some just joining. Deanna's done a little bit of Christmas shopping. Oh, that's always fun. Zen Girls, eggnog, right? Eggnog, too. Annette, yes, we're back. Nice to see you, Annette. She is here with her daughter, Raina, from Aledo, Texas. It's been a while since you've had time to spend it with us. So I love that you're spending it with us today. Thank you, thank you. Okay, Heather, let me read that. I think I'm close, you guys. I'm thinking I'm close, and then we'll get going. Karen said, Lael, I want to thank you for the lives when you release new products. So, if you didn't know, Tuesday of this past week, on the 16th, big Lael by Mail release, new products, a new project kit, my annual year in review project kit, which is always a big one. The new season pass, completely revamped, whole new look and feel. But what then Heather said after that, Heather said, my oldest baby child was listening in earlier this week and she heard her squeals and ordered her Christmas present that night, which I love that. I love to be part of your Christmas. That just makes me feel so good. I love that. All right, friends. I think we're ready to roll. Dawn needs to finish some Christmas shopping today. And you know what? I have some lists to tackle today. So we're going to roll right into that. I am going to rotate the camera, excuse me, and then we'll get going, okay? Scrappy Thread, hello from North Idaho. Where in North Idaho? Do I know? You tell me, because I know some places in Northern Idaho. All right, hello, Nancy. We're going to go ahead and, I need to unplug while I rotate, or that will be one big giant mess. All right, so let me rotate here. And here we go. Here we go. All right. Terry, I don't know if I have a time limit today. We'll see, right? There's lots of things on my to-do list, but guess what? This is really important to me because it has been one heck of a week. This has been the busiest December I have ever had in my business, which is amazing. One of the things that I've never done in past Decembers that I tackled this December was in the middle of December also releasing the year in review project kit and season pass, all of that at the same time. And that is why my December daily is so woefully behind. And now I know for next year, I need to have a lot more things done on my end before December starts when it comes to launching of those two new things, season pass and year in review. Actually, I mean in 2027. Well, you know what I mean. I just need I need to be way further ahead of the game than I was this year. Even though this year, you guys, I gotta say, I'm proud of us. I gotta say I'm proud of my team. Last year and all prior years past, we've launched year in review mid to late, really more late December, and then shipped at the end of January. But guess what? We launched mid-December and shipped, and kits are done, instructions are done, it is ready to go. So we heard from a number of you that you really would hope that we would do it mid-December so you could add it to your Christmas list and maybe it'd be under the tree for you. So anyhow, very exciting about all the things happening. I had sent an email to my creative team yesterday saying, hey, you guys, just so you know, there's a lot going on in this land. I said it kind of feels like we're driving down the freeway 60 miles an hour while we're changing a tire. We are going to be moving in a new warehouse. Well, not a new warehouse, a warehouse, because my business right now is completely run out of my home. And it's done. We just can't do it anymore. I'm bringing someone on, crossing fingers. We're talking early next week to do some marketing for me, kind of take that off my plate, doing some product and project photography for me. We've doubled the size of the creative team. We're doing, lots of new releases coming, and we're working like 4 to 6 months in advance. So it's just a lot right now. It's a lot and the head is spinning, but it's good. So that is why for me, I need to be here today, because for me today, this is what I love. The creating, just to create and connecting with you guys. So that's why it's so important to be here for me today. And I'm glad that you guys are joining me. All right, last sip of coffee, and now we're ready to roll. And I better not have a time limit since we just lost the first almost hour. Okay. Due to our technical difficulties. All right, so we actually have 3+1 lists that we will be doing today. So I'll explain. Let's start out by looking at the lists that we did when we were together last, the beginning of December. We did about 2.5 lists. The first list that we started with was this one. This is about last month, and this is a list that I have done faithfully every month since August of 2020. This is my newfound, and I shouldn't even say newfound because it's been, 5.5 years now, but this is my surefire way that I can stay caught up on all of my memory keeping. Even if it's just this, at least it's this. So this concept for me has been around for about 5.5 years, and I call it about last month. And basically what we do is the start of a new month, we document the prior month, and we document the prior month with photos. Sometimes I have more photos, sometimes I have less. I do a stamped title, and then I just make a list of what happened during the month. Not journaling. I'm not again trying to be Edgar Allan Poe, if you heard me in my last one. But this is just a really easy way for me to stay current with all my memory keeping. As part of the release that took place earlier this week on the 16th, I came out with the 2026 About Last Month stamp set. So if you missed that, I think when we get together next week on the 27th, I'll spend maybe 15 or 20 minutes just kind of showing you guys quickly the new release. I don't want to do that today since we're so far behind, but that's always one of my favorite lists that we do because it's just the way that I keep current, right? All right, so About Last Month, that is what we did. We did more than... Oh, hold on. Let me look at my notes from last week. I know we did more than one. I guess this is the other one that we did. Gosh, this seems like forever ago. This is a list, things I commit to doing this December. So did full-size photo, just of our family room. and then used the stars metal die to create those little stars. Now, I did a little bit of work when we were done because it didn't feel quite completed to me. I know this will be a shocker to some of you. I went in and I outlined those stars, and then I also did with my black pen, and then I also did a little outline on the inside, and that really just seemed to make them pop. So things I commit to doing this December. And some of those things were, keeping up, moving my body 4 times a week, keeping up with my December daily and being excited about it. But things also like not eating all the things, you know what I mean? But also not depriving myself of the things. So then we started our third list, and our third list that we started is the one that we're going to finish today. And I did some work after the fact on this one as well. But this one is, pardon me, holiday traditions. So I'm just documenting, making a list of the different traditions in your family. These could be current traditions. These could be traditions from the past. And I have a mixture of both. So when we were together, I basically, I did some stamping. I did some die cutting with my die cut machine. I stamped and die cut those little journaling blocks. And then when we were done, before we left town, I came in and just added to each of those boxes a couple of icons. And then this morning, I came in and just did a little bit of journaling, just talking about holiday traditions and how they are important to our family. So I am going to start out by listing. And when I say listing, I'm still making a list. They're just going to be, each item is going to be in a little box of what our holiday traditions are. Now I need to remember, what those are. Yeah. All right. Pardon me. I tell you, that weird throat thing is still going on. I'm missing all kinds of things in the chat. I love it, you guys. I love that you're in the chat, chatting it up. Yes, Colleen, I did plug in. Thank you. All right. So let's see. One of our traditions is new PJs on Christmas Eve, right? New pajamas on Christmas Eve. So new pajamas on Christmas Eve. Started when the boys were young and still going strong. Whoopsie. All right. Next up, did any of you do that? New pajamas on Christmas Eve. And this may be something like that maybe this was a tradition when you were a child. Maybe you haven't carried this tradition into your family, but maybe that's something that you did as a child. Or your family did as a child. So these don't have to necessarily be current traditions, right? They could be past traditions, or it could be, maybe one day these are traditions that I would like to start. So you decide how a list like this works for you, even if you're not doing the traditions now, or if they were traditions in the past. Another one is going snowshoeing on Christmas Eve day. So snowshoeing. If you've never lived in land of snow, you may be like, snowshoeing, what the heck is that? They are, snowshoe is this device that almost looks like a tennis racket. That's probably the easiest way for me to describe it. Almost looks like a tennis racket that you strap your boots in, and then you're walking through the snow on a big snowshoe like that. Now you've got two. But we live at the base of the Wasatch Front, big mountain range. And so within usually about 15 minutes, we have a number of different places that we could go snowshoeing in the mountains. This year, unfortunately, this will not happen. We don't have any snow. We have no snow, which when you live in a state where very much tourism relies on snow in the ski industry, and when you also live in a high mountain desert and your state relies on snowfall, the snowpack for your water in the summertime, we are not looking pretty. So we unfortunately won't be able to do that this year, but this is one of the traditions that that we've done for the last, I would say, probably at least 10 years. And it's what I always ask our boys for Christmas every year. Now, Jack lives in another state, and usually Sam does it with us, but this year there will be no snowshoeing. So going snowshoeing on Christmas Eve day, sometimes with the boys, other times it's just the two of us. And really, we can go. It's not like there's a big snowshoe track and you go buy tickets to go snowshoeing. We have snowshoes. We got them for our family a number of years ago for Christmas. And we're basically out in the wilderness, and there no one is around, and huge giant trees and snow, and it's just so peaceful. So that's another one of our traditions. Christmas dinner. Hosting Christmas dinner, and I will talk about more about this in one of our lists, because this is my to-do list. This hosting Christmas dinner. We think it's been about 18 years. 18 years ago, and still going strong. Oh look, I better not write still growing strong. I wrote that there. And still happening today. This year, 30 people. 30 people. And you know what? This is a sit down China. Now, China. Years ago, I went and bought beautiful, really plain, simple white plates from plates from the dollar store. So don't be thinking that I've got really expensive china that I'm doing for 30 people. No. But the tables are beautifully set. And when I say tables, we don't have tables in our house for 30 people. We have Nick's brother works somewhere where he can bring in big round white tables and chairs, and so we set them up downstairs, and it's so much fun. So that is a tradition that is really Nick's thing. Nick does all the cooking. Nick does all the cooking in our house, and so that is a definitely labor of love. But we have a ton of fun with that. Another one, stockings. Chocolate oranges in the bottom of the stockings. Now, in your house, Santa may fill your stockings. In our house, Lael fills the stockings. Excuse me. We had when you start to have kids, you have a little meeting with Santa, and Santa asks you, would you like me to fill the stockings, or do you want to fill the stockings? And Santa also asks you, when I bring the presents, do you want them to be wrapped or unwrapped? So a lot of kids don't understand that conversation happens with Santa when you start having kids. And that's why it's different from house to house, because Santa lets the parents be part of that decision. All right? You know what I'm saying there? Yes. Chocolate oranges in the bottom of the stockings. I'm sure the boys are sick of it, but it's what I do. The chocolate oranges that you unwrap in the silver, and then they all you hit them like this, and then all the little slices kind of open up. You have the chocolate orange slice. Terry said Santa packs a serious stocking in this house. It's our favorite thing. Same for me, Terry. Same for me. I love doing the stockings. I think that's so fun. Another one is Kurt Bester concert with Mom and Gail. Gail is my mom's best friend. This is the second year in a row now, so this is a new tradition. This year was the second year in a row. It's one of my fave things about the holiday season. Kurt Bester, you may not know his name, but if you listen to Christmas music, you will recognize it. If you like Christmas music, and there's generally no lyrics, he's a composer, and he takes well-known Christmas carols from 1700s all through current, and he is an incredibly talented musician. And he does amazing scores and has orchestra with him, and it's just fantastic. So, but you can find it on you can find him on Spotify. He's got like 12 Christmas albums. But if you don't know Kurt Bester, I encourage you to go and Google him if you like Christmas music. The last one, and this is the 18th year. There's kind of a pattern here. December Daily. It's how I've documented the season for our family for the last 18 years. I love looking through and reliving the memories and all of that. Everything I wrote there, memories. That's okay. Everything I wrote, wow. Don't mind me and my squeaky voice. Everything I wrote there, totally off the cuff. Now over here, I knew what my traditions were. I have my 6 listed here, but I just kind of write off the cuff. Sometimes I run out of room. Sometimes I have too much room, and I just make things fit, right? I don't stress about ahead of time, what I'm going to write. It just kind of flows. All right, so there we go. Those are list of our family holiday traditions. Now, you may have noticed this list I worked on it off the page. So it is not, obviously, I didn't work on it directly in here. And the reason I didn't is because I am at the end of this particular insert. And when you start to get to the end of an insert and it is so chunky like that, it gets a little bit hard to work on. So when I get to that, I just work on my lists off the page, and then I come back in and add them. So I will quickly go ahead and adhere these. We'll get them in, and then we'll be ready to work on our first list for today. Now, you guys, since it is almost Christmas, if you are new here and you have not been to one of my little creative listing sessions before, I like to do giveaways. It is my business. It has been, I don't know, I think I'm 6.5 years maybe now. I guess that's a good thing when you stop remembering how long you've been doing what you're doing. At least for I've kind of been doing this forever. But for my main thing instead of side hustle, it's been, golly, maybe 7 years. I don't even remember anymore. But it's been a while, and I've had so much support from you guys. And I don't know, people keep finding me, and people keep buying my products and loving my products, which makes me so happy. And I can just continue to do what I do and love. And but I'm in a position where I can give back. I like to give back. I do all kinds of ways of giving back that I don't ever talk about, because that's not why I do it, right? I don't do things to be acknowledged. But what I do here is I do giveaways, right? So I like to share. And so today I'm doing 4. We're doing 4 live giveaways today, you guys. And they are all $25, I can't say shopping sprees. It's basically, I'll give you a store credit on your account to spend $25 on whatever you'd like. So I will do those periodically through our live today. If you have not participated in a live giveaway before, this is how they work. They work in the chat. All right, they work in the chat. So if you have not popped in the chat, now is a really good idea to start chatting in the chat. Chat away, because once I get this little list here into my Traveler's Notebook insert, I will do the first giveaway. And what I do, as soon as I'm ready to do it, I stop talking. I go over to the chat. I scroll my finger up in the chat. Wherever my finger stops, that's who wins, all right? So you can buy your own Christmas present. Okay, you may have been wondering what I did here. Normally, I just, like when I did over here, I just, use my tape runner to apply my adhesive. When I get to the end of an insert like this, you, apologies, friends. You start to get this curve happening and gravity wants to take effect, right? Well, actually, it takes opposite effect. It doesn't want to stick. It wants to just pop right up again, right? So I'm adding a little bit of stronger adhesive over here. And what I have done is I've created like these little tabs, all right? So I've pulled off part of the release paper and then part is sticky. The reason I've done that is your double-sided tape, this Sukwang, your double-sided tape is super sticky, which is nice, but it's also super sticky. So once you get it down, if it's crooked, oh well, you can't pick it back up again. So if I've just revealed a little bit of the sticky, that gives me some wiggle room where I can kind of move over here. I can kind of move it over here until I get it pretty well where I'd like it to be. That looks pretty good. And then I can come in, press down on the area where that release paper isn't, where it's sticky, and then pull out that release paper. So these little pieces now become kind of these little tabs that just make it really easy for me to pull that out. Alrighty, so I still have one more spread here. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm not going to put another spread in here. I'm going to call this insert done. I am going to have us move to a brand new insert, just because when it gets to this point, like I said, it gets a little bit more difficult to kind of work in. So we're going to start a brand new one. Let me put that off to the side and grab a new insert. Nice, fresh. Now, look at that. This is how they start. Look how nice and slim and slender. But we don't like slim and slender when it comes to this. We like this. We like chunky monkey, right? This tells you, look at how much beautiful work you've done. This, oh, look at the potential. But isn't that crazy? That's how much bigger it gets. All right. So let me have a quick sip of water. And then I'll let my fingers do the walking, and we'll see who our first giveaway winner is. And the first winner is RANNEYJ08. Rainy J08. All right. Maybe Rainy J08 was like rainy day, maybe. All right, I'm going to write this down. Rainy, RANNEYJ08. Congratulations, friend. You are the first winner of a $25 store credit on my website to go shopping. So please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line of the email, please say winner $25, and then it's easy from there. I've got your email address, and I'll just add that $25 credit to your account. And next time you go to shop, when you check out, that $25 is there. Okay, friends. Don't be sad if you did not win, because guess what? I still have 3 more I'm going to do today, all right? Okay, so let's talk about our next list. Our next list is a list that we have been doing exactly 1 year. We started doing this list a year ago this month. Let me really quick. So Lisa just said something. Lisa said, will you just leave those 2 pages blank or cut it out? So Lisa, I cannot cut it out. The reason I can't cut it out, well, I guess I could, because this page right here is the opposite of this one, right? So if I cut this out, this guy would just kind of be floating loose. So there's a couple of different things I've done in the past. Sometimes I will come in and just do this. Take my tape runner and glue those pages together, right? There we go. Now I just kind of have that last page. And if I wanted to add maybe a little piece of pattern paper there, if I wanted to, something fun like this, right? Something fun like this, I could just add there. I'd obviously have to trim it down, and then it's good to go. So Sometimes I'll put a little quote there. Sometimes I might put when I ended this traveler's notebook. Lots of kind of the end with the date finished. And there is a stamp set. I don't know it. I don't know if I think it was on the retired list. It was called Beginning and End. So I don't know if that stamp set is even around anymore. But great ideas then, girls. All right. Oh yes. So this next list topic we have been doing for a year. And this next list topic, I think is an especially important one today. And I'll tell you why. This list topic is glimmers. If you are not familiar with the term glimmer, I pull this out every time we do our glimmers list. Glimmers are basically opposite of triggers. So if you think about things that trigger you, I don't know, like maybe your internet completely crashing while you're doing a live on a Saturday morning, this Saturday before Christmas, right? That might be a trigger. Or maybe a trigger is as soon as somebody cuts you off on the freeway, maybe that's a trigger, right? So we know what a trigger is. Glimmer is kind of the opposite of that. Glimmers are those moments in your day that make you feel joy, happiness, peace, or gratitude. Once you train your brain to be on the lookout for glimmers, these tiny moments will appear more and more. If you go to the blog post for today's listing session, every time that I do and Amy, maybe you could pop this in the chat. Every time I do one of our Glimmers listing sessions, for that blog post, I always link to an article. There is an amazing article out there about glimmers and kind of the science behind glimmers and studies that if you are consciously looking for things like that, bright spots in your day, just little small things. They don't have to be big things, right? They can be just little small sparks of joy. If you are looking out for those and recognizing those, the more that you watch for those, the more that they appear. And I always say, I don't know about you guys, but I don't know anyone that can't use a little bit more joy in their life, right? So that's the whole idea of glimmers. Now, why today? I think it can be maybe a particularly maybe helpful exercise, even if you normally don't list with us. This time of year can be really hard for some people. Really, 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 really hard. I was chatting with someone over email, and she said, I'm having a really hard time this December. There's just some things that have happened in my life over the last couple months, and I am really, really struggling. And I'm trying to document, and I'm trying to work on my December daily, and I just am burned out, and I don't know what to do. And it got me to thinking, if you are someone that really struggles with this time of year, try to think about glimmers. And they can be holiday related. They can be entirely not holiday related. One of mine that's going to be on my list, last night, Nick and I went to dinner at a local, it's a place called Slackwater, and it's a restaurant, but it also has a bar that you can sit at the bar and eat. And the wait is always literally an hour or two to get in. It's crazy. So Nick and I will always sit at the bar. And so we go and we sit at the bar and we order our drink and we ordered food. And there's TV, there's a TV, and I look up in the corner and the movie Trading Spaces is on. Trading Spaces is a movie from, I think it's 1983. Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy. And that is a movie that I watched as a teenager, right? I was in high school then. I just remember that movie so well. And it was just a little glimmer. I'm like, oh my gosh, look, Nick, Trading Spaces is on TV. So they can be little glimmers like that. So if you struggle this time of year, look for the glimmers and recognize the glimmers. Maybe you look out your window and you see a new flower blooming if you live somewhere where flowers are blooming this time of year. Or maybe you're at the grocery store and somebody smiles at you. That's a glimmer. So try to find those little sparks of joy. And hopefully if you can find those little sparks of joy, those may just help you get a little bit through the rest of the season. All right. So just know, not easy holiday for everybody. And, sometimes we just need to find those little sparks of joy, but sometimes we got to look for them, right? If you look for them, I promise you they are there. Here's the other thing though. Here's kind of a little trick when it comes to glimmers. You can be a glimmer for somebody else, right? And I find when I'm a glimmer for somebody else, it gives me a glimmer right back. It's almost like a boomerang, right? It's almost like a boomerang. So, to me, it's really important to try to put really good, positive vibes out in the world. And if I see somebody, Nick and I went to New York City last weekend, and we were at the airport leaving, and there was an older woman in line behind us to go through security. And she had on this like red beret, and she was probably 80. And there's her cute little gray hair sticking out of the red beret. And I turned around and I said, that is the cutest hat, and that just looks so great on you. And I meant it. I don't say things to people like that just to say them. I thought it in my head, and if I think it in my head, if you think it in your head, you should say it. But the light on her face, and then I'm like, you know what? That red, you might think it's just Christmas, but you know what? You could wear that in February for Valentine's Day. You could wear that in May for Memorial Day. You could wear it in July for 4th of July. You could wear it for Labor Day. She's like, oh my gosh, I never thought of all the times I could wear this beret. I just have it for Christmas. So it just started up a great conversation. And to see that look on her face, obviously that gave her a glimmer. She probably didn't know the term, but it gave her a glimmer. But it came right back at me and gave me a glimmer too, because I saw the way that made her feel. All right. So if you can't find the glimmer, be one. Very good, Carrie. Be one. And you know what? It doesn't have to involve money. None of mine ever involve money. It's just, paying someone a compliment, maybe letting someone in front of you in line at the grocery store, maybe letting 2 people in front of you instead of 1 on the freeway, whatever it is, right? You never know. You never know what someone is going through, and you never know how much something that would seem so small to you can be such a big deal and make such a big impact on someone else's life. All right. Okay. So glimmers, that is our next list. Golly, here we go. Here's my insert. I'm like, what did I do with my insert? All right. So this is a 2-page list. So I will skip my first page. Ooh, you know what? That did not work out well. I just when I pressed down on that, I separated. Let me grab another one. I got a little overzealous there. I separated okay, let's see. Hopefully I have another one in here. I separated the staple. So hang tight. I have all kinds of, of other ones here. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Okay, we're good. We're good again. I am going to skip the first page, all right? I am skipping the first page because this is a double page list. Now, sometimes I never do anything on here because I get lazy. But just as we talked about how do you end an insert on the last one, I do the same thing here. I might, again, add something like this. I might put a quote here. I might, give a date on when I'm starting this insert. Whatever you want to do. But I am going to go to our first full page spread. Christmas nails, somebody mentioned, okay, thank you. Only once a year do I change my nail color. And it is for 3 weeks, and it is in Christmas. So there we go. And when you see me again, I'll be back to my regular old pink. Okay, so 2-page list. I am using for this list some products from Vicky's Mistletoe and Memories collection with 49 to Market. So I had pulled out a whole bunch of beautiful papers. Now, obviously, I will not use all these papers. But I am going to end up using 2. All right. So this is going to be on this side. And then this side. I could, depending on what I wanted to do here, right? This look right here would be very cohesive. And everything kind of obviously is green. But I think I would like a little bit of, maybe a little bit of contrast. So if I did that there, I now have red and green going on, or if I did this here. Oh no, that's too much. I think it's this one. I think it's going to be that. So these are papers from the 6x8 pad, Mistletoe and Memories. I have linked to that. In the description box of the video, there is a link to the products I'm using today. You will find that in the description box of the video, what I'm using, or you can go to laylebymail.com and click what I'm using. But Amy is also popping these trees. She's also popping links into what I'm using. All right. So these are 6x8 papers. My Traveler's Notebooks inserts, my Layle by Mail, these are standard wide 5 by 8.25. So here's the deal. This is too wide for my insert. So what I need to do, I need to trim this down, right? I need to trim it so it is not as wide. It is 8 inches tall, so that almost kind of tells me where I'm going to trim it. It's 8 inches tall, and my inserts are 8 1/4. So I've got a nice little kind of white background on the top and the bottom. So I'd like to make that even on the left and right. And when I do that, it is 4 3/4 wide. Now, if I did 4 3/4 like this, it would look kind of funny because I would have trimmed off part of the tree and then it's full over here. So I'm not going to do that. Basically what I'm going to do is I am going to take off, my brain is not going to work for me today. I am going to take off, I'm just going to do this a little bit at a time. So if I do half, if I do a half and a half and then another quarter, right? Oh, what did I just do? Hang tight, 4 3/4. Oh no, that's right. Right? No, I'm good. Well, it's not quite right. I don't math. Math is not working today. It's still internet hangover, I guess. Anyhow, I trimmed a little bit off of both sides and that's even enough, right? It's even-ish. I need to do the same thing over here. And this one, I don't really care, right? It doesn't have to be even because there's no particular, left and right side or something I'm trying to center. So my pieces now are 4 3/4 wide by 8 inches tall. And we'll be ready to roll with those. So now I am going to grab a corner rounder because I would like my outside corners to be rounded. So outside corners here. And I do that because my Traveler's Notebook inserts have rounded corners on the outsides, and I like to have round corners when I have round corners. So we'll round those two, and then round these two. Alrighty. Oh, that's a good one too on the back side, isn't that? Kind of that fun candy cane stripe. That was on the back of the green Christmas tree. All right, I have been neglecting the chat, so if I've missed something, apologies, okay? Colleen said, today I had a lovely glimmer. A friend from my writing group saw me waiting at the bus stop and gave me a ride. This saved me a transit fare. What a wonderful glimmer. And you know what? Probably gave your friend a glimmer too, right, Colleen? Right.
You just had a glimmer.
I just had a glimmer?
Yeah.
What?
Me walking in there.
How am I so lucky? So you guys, I don't know if you heard that. Nick just walked in and he goes, you just had a glimmer. And I said, what? And he said, me walking in the room. Yeah. I guess from that perspective, I get glimmers all day, every day, don't I, dear?
All day, every day.
Well, okay, but
I do have a job.
you do have a job. Okay, well, you know what I mean. Yeah. You know what I mean. All right. Hello, Mary Pat 1000. Hello from Montana. All right. Hello, Glimmer Nick. I know Nick probably needs like a sash that says Glimmer Nick and maybe a crown or something, like a tiara. No, isn't that pretty? All right, so I'm going to do something a little bit different today. I know this isn't a lot different, but normally, creature of habit, normally my list goes on the left and my kind of decoration is on the right, and I'm going to switch it up. This is going to be on the left. I know. Look at me go, trying to step outside my box. So first thing I'm going to do is my little outlining here because that's just something I do on everything. Everything for about 25 years probably, honestly. Because I've been paper crafting in one form or another for about 28. Actually, I gotta think about it. I started when I was pregnant with Jack and he's going to be 28. So more than 28 years. Okay, now my list is going to happen over here, but guess what? I am not going to write my list on here because that'd be really hard to see, right? I am going to write my list on a piece of, you know what I wonder? Sounds like I need to be singing that, I wonder how I wonder. I wonder if, so I am looking at, hang on, I've thrown everything in here. I'm going to look at the back sides of any of these to see. I would love this in just the paper because that would be really nice. Okay, hold on. What if I did, this? I don't know. let's just look. I think that might be a little much, but maybe not. Ooh, if I did this and we just have some little stars at the bottom, I think that works. Let's do that. Let's do that here. So let's get out our trimmer. And I need this to be, it's not going to be 8, it's going to be 7. So I need to trim 1 inch off the top. I want to trim off the top instead of the bottom because I would like to preserve those fun stars, right? So if that is 7 right here, then I think rather than having all of this, I think if I keep this side, it's going to, when we get down to here, it's going to infringe on where I want to write. So I think we'll do it this way. And I'll just have just a little bit of those stars down there along the bottom. So let's just mark where we think we would like to trim that. And I think it's going to be about right there. And usually that ends up being about 3 3/4 inches. Usually I eyeball it all. And it ends up being, when I add another piece like that, about 3 3/4 by 7. So that is a little bit less than 3 3/4 on this one, but that's fine. Okay, there we go. That's a pretty skinny list, isn't it? All right, so the reason I did that as opposed to using white cardstock like maybe I might normally do is this has a lot of kind of texture and distress to it. Not really texture. Texture is part of the art, but it has a lot of texture and distress to it. And if I bring in a piece of white cardstock, it might just really be glaringly white. So this just kind of goes together. Now, I think what I would like to do, this is a little bit, I feel like I want to ink the edges. This color to me is looking like evergreen bough. Let's see how well my color matching is. It's close-ish. Pine needles? Pine needles. No, rustic wilderness. It's rustic wilderness. So let's grab rustic wilderness. And that also will help me with my other stamping I'm going to do. So let's grab that's hard to say. Let's grab rustic wilderness, those two, the R's and the W's together. All right. So I am pulling out my little foam. I've pulled out my foam blending tool and then the foam blending heads. This is a storage solution that I have on the website where you can basically swatch all of your little heads and then also kind of store them all together. So your storage solution comes with a 5x7 case, 2 sheets. I think we have maybe 15 different inks that we have sheets for, but we can always add more if we don't have your ink. But each of those sheets holds 20 of your little foam heads. And so you can store 40 in one little piece here or in your one little case. It also includes 40 pre-punched circles that you can then swatch your colors. And then also 40 of the little Velcro pieces. And that's how your little foam heads are sticking on there. If you've never seen what people do with a little foam blending tool like that, I am just going to use it to ink the edges of my paper. So I'll be bringing a little bit more green over here and kind of soften those edges. So I've just taken that. I am kind of running that in a circular motion around on top of my ink pad. And then I am just inking the edges. So it almost as if it's like I am adding a piece of green cardstock behind it. To make it pop a little bit. Now, generally, I don't do something like that in my traveler's notebooks because that adds a lot of extra bulk. If I added an extra sheet of cardstock or pattern paper behind everything I did, that is really, really going to make my traveler's notebook insert chunky. So doing the edges like this gives me that look. It makes it look like it is matted without any extra bulk. And I also didn't have to buy cardstock to match, right? All right. And I will keep Rustic Wilderness out because I am also going to use Rustic Wilderness for my stamping on this guy. All right, so there we go. That's bringing a little bit more green in. I don't need this guy anymore. Just see, I'm not paying attention to a lot of the chat, which is bad. So hello, Mary Pat, nice to see you. You guys are going to catch up. I love that. You and Heather, ooh, You and Heather are going to catch up while you're watching me in the chat. Love it. Beautiful tree, isn't it? TK, this is from Vicki Booten's Mistletoe and Memories collection with 49 Market. And so you will find that on my website. It's gorgeous, 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 gorgeous. All right, I got a little bit of ink on my finger there. I always recommend you have a damp paper towel or a wipe or something like that with you when you are working with ink, so that you can clean up easily if you have happened to get, I guess it's nice that I got green on there, at least it matches my red nails, right? But you want to make sure you don't have any inky fingers before you continue, or else you're going to have inky fingerprints on your project, and that's probably not something that you want. Gosh, there's a frog in my throat the size of Texas. No, it is not a die cut. That is, that's a paper. That is the paper, just like that, 6x8 paper. That little guy is a die cut. Carrie, you would love to see one for Simon Hurley Stellar Inks. Oh, and the new 49 Market. How do we not have one for the new 49 Market? Duh. Amy, will you do me a favor? Will you create those for Simon Hurley Stellar Inks and then 49 Market? And then I will get those added. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Debbie Watson. Nice to see you. All right, so we are going to, let me pull my stamps that I'm going to use. I better look at my sketch too to make sure I'm not mixing up two different. Oh, I'm glad I did that because I was going to use this one. I need, we're going to grab this one. We're going to grab this one. We're going to grab this one. And I need, starting out with this guy. This is the Documenting the Details stamp set and coordinating metal dies. I am going to take bits and pieces of joy. I am going to stamp that, and then I'm going to die cut it out, and I'm going to put that right here in the center. So even though that doesn't say glimmers, basically that's what glimmers are. Those are bits and pieces of joy, right? So even though I have glimmer stamp sets, you don't necessarily have to use a stamp that says glimmer. You can use a stamp that still conveys the same thing, like that, bits and pieces of joy. So I think what I would like to do, I think I am going to use black for that. I think I'll keep it pretty simple. Oh, I wonder. Aha. I think I will stamp that right here. You know what? We might stamp it so we get a little bit. We're going to try a couple of things here. I'm going to stamp it in two places. I'm going to end up die cutting this out. We'll stamp it here where it has a little bit of the star behind it. And then we'll stamp it over here where it doesn't really have any star behind it. But then that way I'm still picking up that and bringing it over here. All right, stamping block. Just going to get this whole little tray out here. There is so much on my work surface here that I think these might have to go on the floor. All right, so let's grab, oh, I don't need that yet. Let's grab that guy. Yep. All right. So when it comes to stamping, here are some tips. I have not, oh, I did not clean that one last time I used it. That's not good. I was probably, I don't know why. I have not always been a stamper, and I have not always loved stamping. I say I've been a pretty avid stamper for the last 6 years maybe. And prior to that, I would try stamping, but I had no clue what I was doing. And I never took the time to watch any videos, although I don't know. Oh, I'm sure there were 6 years ago or 7 years or 8 years ago. But I never really took the time to try to learn how to stamp. And it doesn't require a lot, but it does take, I think that, you know, the more you know, the more you know. So a couple of different things that I have found that really help me to be successful when it comes to stamping. Number one, I like to right size my stamping block to my stamp. So I have all different kinds of stamping blocks, right? I have all of these, plus I have more, some that are really, really big. And I could really use that stamp on any size stamping block. I could use it on that, right? But one of the things I find, if your stamping block is a lot larger than your stamp, it just makes it a lot harder to handle. So in this case, that is right size. My stamping block is right size to my stamp, makes it easy for me to handle. There's not a lot of guesswork. I'm not kind of trying to get it centered, and the more surface area there is on your stamping block, the more you kind of tend to want to try to move it around. So that is one of my tips is right size your stamping block to your stamp. And stamping blocks aren't expensive, right? If you're starting stamping, you obviously need to have at least one stamping block, and it needs to be the lowest common denominator. So it's got to be as big as your largest stamp. And then you can kind of work from there and start collecting, other stamping blocks. But to me, that makes a huge difference. That has made a huge, huge, huge difference in my stamping. All right. So I'm getting that nice and inked up. And here's the next one. The next one is, I don't know, sometimes I cheat. I'd say 98% of the time, I follow this rule of thumb. I always test a stamp before I am going to stamp on my project, even if I've used the stamp a bunch of times before. I always test stamp. Really good idea to test stamp. It's going to take you 30 seconds to test. You're never going to regret doing that. If it looks great, you're like, okay, good. But if there's something wrong, like maybe you have a little piece of hair or lint or dust on your stamp, if something is on that stamp, your ink is not going to adhere there. Something like this wouldn't be really noticeable, but something maybe like this one or this one, if I had a big hair in there, there would be no ink, and so there'd be like a big cut in my 11, all right? So always test. If you are spelling a word, it's always a good idea to test because, oopsie, sometimes you've realized you've spelled the word wrong. I would much rather realize I spelled the word wrong when I'm testing as opposed to on my project, right? All right, so, and I'm going to do a couple different versions here, right? Because I thought, well, do we want a few little stars there? Okay. Well, I have it out. I might as well do them all, right? And then what if we go over here and we do a lot more stars? Okay. And then we'll keep it super plain. Then we have choices though, right? I would rather do all of this at once than do that one and go, oh, I don't like that, and then have to get everything out and start over, right? Okay. So I have stamped Bits and Pieces of Joy 3 times. Here's another tip. Clean your stamp right away. Much easier if you clean off your stamp right away. It's so much easier to clean than if you wait a week or two. It's kind of like if you leave your dishes in the sink overnight and then try to clean them the next day. You have to work at it a little bit more, right? If you are getting ready to use that stamp again, maybe you're going to stamp a different color. Always, always, always dry before you apply ink again. Depending on the ink that you use, I use Distress Oxides. They're a pigment-based ink. If I am not drying in between, there's moisture on that stamp. Your Distress Oxide, your pigment-based inks, are water reactive. And so some of your colors will do really weird things if your stamp is not completely dry. All right. So now I have pulled out that coordinating die, and let me do a little shuffling here. This is going to be the die cut shuffle. And bring in my little die cutting machine and bring in my plates. So this is what we're doing here. We're basically going to make a sandwich. When we make a sandwich, we are making a sandwich with our stamped image on paper and our metal die. And our metal die is going to cut those out. I say we make a sandwich. These are your plates. If you haven't worked with a die cut machine before, basically the way your die cut machine works, and all die cut machines work the same. There are rollers inside, really heavy rollers. This little guy weighs 8 pounds. So really heavy rollers, and those rollers are going to take your sandwich and roll it through. And that immense amount of pressure on those rollers is what is going to cut, press the die down and actually cut out your shape on your paper. So we need to get our little sandwich ready. We are taking ourselves back to 3rd grade and we're making a bologna sandwich, okay? Our bottom plate, we always started with a piece of white Wonder Bread when we were in 3rd grade and we were making a bologna sandwich, right? So that is our piece of white Wonder Bread. Next up, we have the bologna. The bologna is our our magnetic mat or our cutting mat. The machine I use is an Anna Griffin Empress Mini. So that machine comes with a magnetic mat. Magnetic mat is going to hold my die in place, so it makes it a little bit easier. So we have our piece of bread, our bottom plate. We have our piece of bologna, which is now our cutting mat. Next up is our craft single, right? Our slice of cheese. But back in 3rd grade, it was the slice of cheese we'd unwrap the plastic from and stick it down. That goes down next. And that is our our stamped image here. Last thing, and I have to be honest, when I made a bologna sandwich in 3rd grade, I was not adding another layer, but we have another layer we need to add. So we're gonna pretend like this is a piece of lettuce. No, I did not add lettuce to my bologna sandwich back then. So our die then goes down next, all right? And we're going to move that around like that. Looks pretty even everywhere. And then our sandwich is done. We need to add our last piece of bread, right? That is our second piece of Wonder Bread. This is an automated machine, so it is powered. And if I hit run, it will just pull my plate through, my sandwich through. So that's what I'm going to do. But all die cut machines are the same. And you don't have to have a new fancy one. If you have a manual one where you hand crank it, exactly works the same. You just need a die cut machine to kind of have it do the job like that if you're using metal dies. And there we go. I have that piece nice and die cut. So really quickly, I'm going to do the same thing with these other 2. And then I have my 3 options and I will know what I'd like to use. Now, the 2 that I don't use doesn't mean they're garbage. I can just keep them and use them for something else later, right? So sometimes, I mean, it's work to get out your machine. It's work to get out your stamps, work to get out your ink. So sometimes I will do a little bit of batch processing like this. I might stamp my stamp a bunch of times. I might die cut a bunch of them so that the next time I think, oh, I'd really like to use the bits and pieces of joy, stamp and die. Well, I just go to, the ones I've already cut. I don't necessarily have to get all my stuff out again because, sometimes if you have to get your stuff out, sometimes it prevents you from doing it because you don't want to get all your stuff out, right? All right, so let's move that little guy out of the way. That little machine is awesome, by the way. That is nice and portable. I use that when I travel and I'm teaching and I'm doing a demo or something or a make and take with my stamps and dies. I take that. Oh, look at, actually, now I did not pay attention to the way I was doing this, but if I had paid attention and I had lined these guys up, this could now become like a fun little photo strip or something, right? I could use that and put little photos behind there. So my leftovers don't necessarily have to be garbage if I had thought of that ahead of time. But yeah, nice little portable machine. And I do sell those on the website. With that little machine, there are large machines that are kind of full size, that plates are much larger, so you can put larger dies through. All of the Lail by Mail dies fit that machine because I am working in a smaller space, right? Okay, let's get this guy. He's clean. When I say working in a smaller space, I mean working in a traveler's notebook, so I don't need really large dies. Get that guy back, and let's get this guy put away, and we will be ready to move on and decide which one we like. All right, we're back over here. I don't know why I'm working with this one off the page. I don't need to. All right, that guy, I mean, that works, right? That works. And this is an example of when having the metal die is nice. Because, well, I certainly could have stamped on a piece like this and then cut it out. But what that little die does, you see those little lines extend, it just gives you kind of a really nice, clean extension out of those lines. I would not, in this case, just stamp directly on there because your stamp would get lost in all that greenery. So we have that guy, super plain. We have this guy that has a few stars on it. And then we have this guy that has lots of stars on it. I don't know. What do we think? The plain Jane Lail in me really likes this one, but then that's not very much fun, is it? So do we go all the stars or just some of the stars? What do you think? In the chat, tell me what you think. Susan, hi Susan, says, I swear, Lail, every time you use that analogy, I end up craving a bologna sandwich. And I know, you know what? It's funny that I say bologna because guess what? I haven't had a bologna sandwich in, I don't know, really probably since 3rd grade. Just not something I eat, nothing wrong with it. And I also haven't had a slice of Wonder Bread probably since 3rd grade. I really don't eat a lot of bread, but that's something that if you are new to die cutting and I use that little kind of analogy, I think most of us can then visualize it and we're like, oh yeah, I get exactly. Carrie said she has 5 die cut machines. You know what? Totally good. No judging. We don't judge here. You know that, right? We don't judge. So hold on. So our sap said, what if it goes to the bottom of the tree as a base? It could, right? That would be an option. But I think for me, I think I'm going to put it here. And I think really what I'm seeing, the people that are commenting are saying all the stars. All right, so let's do all the stars. Now, if I was working in a mini book, or if I was working in a, like on a 12 by 12 scrapbook layout, I would 100% use pop dots or foam adhesive behind that because I would pop that up. It would just give it a lot of dimension. I do not do that in my Traveler's Notebook inserts. The reason I don't is it's great here, but as soon as I turn the page, and if I'm trying to write or something over here, it makes it very challenging because this is now lifted. So it's lifted here and not over here. So that's just something to think about. If you love your pop dots, that's okay, but you just want to maybe think about what will happen when you go to turn the page and you're trying to write. All right, so we're just going to put that little guy right there in the center. All right. Now, this guy we need to go ahead and adhere down. And I'm going to go ahead and add these just in my insert right on here as well. Oops, not yet. This needs to add here. The other thing I need to do right here is I need to do my outlining here because that just looks so naked. Looks naked. For me, it just pops. And it's one of those things, like if you try to part your hair on the other side and you're not used to it, something just looks wrong. Same here. If I have not done my outlining, something just looks wrong. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and put that in here now. And since I'm nice and flat, isn't that a beautiful, that plaid, that green is so pretty. Since I am at the beginning of my insert, I don't have to use, I can just use my regular old adhesive. I'm not worried about that side popping up, right? What is that? That's going to keep sticking on me. All right. You guys ready for the holidays? I mean, I know we're really in the middle of the holidays. If you celebrate Christmas or you celebrate Hanukkah or Kwanzaa or whatever you celebrate, are you ready? That's always, we'll talk about that more when we get to our next list, when we talk about our to-do lists. All right, so this is a Glimmers list. I need a title, I think. Ooh, okay. All righty. So the way that I have trimmed this is now too narrow for my Glimmers. That doesn't mean I can't use it. And it's just barely too narrow. So if I wanted to use that, probably what I would do, I would end up stamping that and then using the die just because it's going to be a little bit larger. Now, if I did that, what about, okay, I have a thought here. What's the back side? Okay, so this is watch what I'm going to do here. I am going to use that Glimmers title. So this is from the original Glimmers stamp set that came out last January after we did our first Glimmers list. And since then, there is now Glimmers 2. And later next year, there will be a Glimmers 3. I need to switch out my stamping block, right? That was too small for my last one. Here's another tip. Instead of trying to take your stamp and get it centered on your stamping block, take your stamp, get it straight on your work surface, and then pick it up with your stamping block. Makes it a lot easier. Okay? All right, now I'm going to go with black. You guys, I'm so sorry I keep clearing my throat, but holy moly. Ooh, all right. So I've got that nice and inked up, and I better test it again just because I only have that one little piece left. We'll just pop it in right here. Okay, looks good, nice and solid. The black ink that I'm using, this is the only black ink I use. As far as I'm concerned, that is the only black ink you need to use. That is by far, hands down, my favorite. It is VersaFine Clair. It's the color Nocturne. It's by Sukaniko. I do also carry that on the website, but it is a pigment-based ink. It gives you a nice, really dark, juicy impression, which is when I am stamping black, that is what I want. I want a nice, juicy, dark impression. All right, so we're going to do this. Stamp that. I want to apply nice, even pressure. I do not want to rock my stamping block. If I rock it back and forth, and what I mean, I won't do that here, but what I mean by that is if I go like this, I'm kind of doing this, rocking my stamping block. I am giving undue pressure at the top of the stamp and the bottom of the stamp, and then it tends to blur those areas where you're kind of, where you're rocking a little bit more pressure than you want. All right, so clean this off right away. Hello, Deborah, nice to see you. Moira, I love that. Moira said, I love the Glimmers stamp set. I have a whole notebook just for Glimmers. I find it important to find a couple daily. I tell you, you are not going to regret looking for Glimmers. And then write them down, because you know what? Sometime when you're having a bad day, go back and look at your list or your notebook like Moira. Moira can always go back and look at that. Now, Moira, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. And the only reason I think I would know to pronounce your name is from the show Schitt's Creek, right? Because the mom was Moira. I don't know if that's how you pronounce your name, but if you were really young, I'd say, oh, were you named after Moira? So Deborah said, I don't know how YouTube reverted back to Beach Gal. It's Deborah. And I always know that's you, Deborah. But YouTube did something over the last maybe month or two where it's reverted back to everyone's, I don't know what they did with people's usernames, but that's what it's done. Okay, so I'm going to do, let's bring this back again. And let's get out. Ooh, all right, hang on. I need to use that same little guy here. There's a, ooh, I'll deal with that later. I guess good thing it's like marble on there, right? I mean, it's not really marble. It's, anyhow, it doesn't matter. But until I really clean it, it just looks like more marble streaks there. All right, so what I'm going to do is I have two Glimmers dies. You have the die, and then the word die, and then the shadow die. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to do the word and the shadow, and you'll see what I mean when I do that. And I'll show you why in a sec. All right, so we've got that. Let's put this here. Let me get my word die situated like that, and that is going to cut out that word. That is, I mean, the die that I cut before this, or the stamp that I cut before this, you might be looking at it going, well, I could have used my scissors. Yes, this, that's a lot of fussy cutting to get that cut out. So that's really when you kind of dies come into play. So that's the word. But I am going to also do the shadow around it. And this is why. Because this is going to get a little bit lost on here, right? Because it's the exact same background that I used. And the reason I had to do that was my piece was too narrow, right? If I stamped there, it would get kind of weird because I'd be going over the edge. So I wanted it to be the same color, but now I am going to die cut the shadow. So the shadow is slightly larger, but it is the exact same shape. It's just slightly larger. So we're going to do this. We're going to use that beautiful green, and we will cut that. Now, I mentioned I've been stamping probably, I mean, quite a bit in the last 6 years, but die cutting, not at all. Amy, a couple years ago, said, you know what, Leo, I think we should start doing metal dies. And I'm like, no, I don't use metal dies. And she goes, well, I think we should do them. I think that they would go well with your products. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't use them. And she said, I think we can do them in a way that you would use them. So things like this, cutting things out, doing a shadow, that is what I like about dies. I mean, there's some amazing dies out there that you can make 800 layer flowers and things like that. Now, that's not me. That's not something that I would do and not how I would use dies. But we figured out a way that dies work for me using my products. All right, so let's put those guys back on there. And that's going to go back with this one. If I try to put things away right away, then I don't lose things. And then I don't have to spend 8 years trying to clean up my room, which and it's going to take me about 8 years, I feel like, to clean up my room, because it's a blank show. Going back to what, going back to what we were talking about earlier today. A blank show. It's just a mess. There are some things in here that I'm going to admit it. I'm going to make you feel better. That I have some bags from Little Craft Fest in April that I have yet to unpack. All right, so look at what, let me just get my little glue pen here, and then I'll show you what that shadow die does. It like just picks things up a notch. Well, really it is what I'm doing is I matted that piece. And it will just make it pop, 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 pop. Okay. Isn't that fun? There we go. There's my lovely Glimmers title now with the green shadow, and then that is just, it's going to just totally pop up there, right? So now let's get our glue pen out again, and I'm using my, this one would be a little bit easier for the tape runner, but before it was just I mean, I could do it, but much easier with the glue pen. Okay, now let's see where we'd like this to go. Do I want to put anything above it? I put just a little something above it. All right, there we go. Now, on the same stamp set, I think I will do Everyday Moments. So just a little word strip there. And if again, I need a different stamping block. I could use this big one, but way easier if I use the small one. Okay, way easier. Let's see what we have here that would work. Just looking for the most manageable. Does it fit there? Okay. Nope. No. If it's too small, you have to be careful, because if it's too small and the stamp is sticking out the edge, then you might not get a good stamped impression. Let's see. Carrie, good point. Carrie said, well, Lael's fussy cut scissors are the game changer. I will still use a die when I can. 100%. I agree with you. Pumpkin bacon soup. Ooh, I'm missing out on all kinds of things in the chat. Mary Pat, I probably have 800 dies if I counted them. You know what? Here's the thing. If you use them and they help you in your crafting, then absolutely, right? Absolutely. Sometimes we just need to remember to use the things, right? Sometimes we forget to use the things. Zen Girl said we should all go over to Mary Pat's and have a die cut party, right? Absolutely. All right. So, doing my little word strip stamp there. I'll just do it on here. Let's see. Another reason why you might want to do a test stamp, especially when it's kind of a small stamp like that, you want to make sure it's on your block straight, right? I don't want it to be like, you know, dipping up or dipping down. But the other thing, when you have a pretty fine stamp like this, you want to make sure that you know how hard you need to press. And usually you can figure that out testing as well. And I'll show you what I mean by that. Let me just get this stamped and then I'll show you. Okay, there we go. Now, if I press too hard, this is what happens. I'm really going to over exaggerate this, like really a lot, so you can see. I find when people stamp, they think they have to press a lot harder than they need to. So this is about the amount of pressure. I didn't apply too much pressure. That is what happens when I press too hard. When you press too hard, you are basically flattening out the polymer. You're flattening out that stamp material, and it gets so blurry. So if your stamps look like this and you don't like to stamp because they look like that, well, it's because you're pressing too hard. And if you test ahead of time, you'll get a feel very quickly, oh my gosh, on that stamp, I don't need to press very hard in order for it to give me a nice impression. All right, you guys, stamping is all about playing. It's all about trial and error. It's just all about getting a feel for what you're doing. I think that's why a lot of people are afraid to stamp, because you've never played. You have never played, and you need to play. You need to give yourself permission to play. Even if giving yourself permission to play is as simple as doing it on a piece of scratch paper. You really will get a feel for how to stamp. And I think you'll also really get a feel for your comfort level, right? The more you do something, the more comfortable you are with it, and the more confident you are in doing it, right? That's like me. I do not cook. And so if I expect to be a master chef and I really have never cooked, and then I invite people over for an 8-course dinner party, guess what? Probably not going to work very well because I haven't practiced. I have no clue what I'm doing. Your stamping is the same way. If you haven't really practiced and you expect to just be this, all your stamps to work out beautifully, they can, right? They certainly can, but practice really helps. So what I think I might do here, I have all these little glimmers. And if I find an ink color that's pretty light like that, maybe I use that little guy up there like that, and it will kind of mimic what's going on down here. I don't know. We'll see. So let's look. I have swatched all my colors using the Swatch This stamp set. This makes it so much easier when you are looking for just the right tan. It's way easier to do this. Oh, pumice stone. I think it might be pumice stone. It is way easier to look through your swatches as opposed to pull out all your browns and try to find the right brown. I think frayed burlap might be just a little bit too dark. Walnut stain. Yeah, we're starting to get in the really darks now. So let's see what pumice stone looks like. Let me go and look over here. So I just have to turn my back to you for a minute while I am looking in all of my colors. So pumice stone is a little bit more of a kind of a grayish, but look how interesting. This is another reason why swatch your inks, because look at the difference. This comes across a lot more gray than it does when you stamp, right? My Creative Roots Crafts. Thank you. She's liking the spread so far. Yep. And we're just, we're still working at it. We're playing. And some of you might think, holy Hannah, woman, I don't have all of this time to work on a list. You get to decide how long you spend on something, right? You might spend 3 hours making an amazing soup. And you know what I say? Holy Hannah, woman, I don't have all the time to spend 3 hours making a soup, right? So we all kind of do what fills our cup and makes us happy. So you don't have to take as much time doing something that I'm taking a lot of time doing. I think that's pretty darn close. Pumice stone is pretty darn close. So that is what we're going to use for our little glimmer up here. Our little glimmers. All right, so they're just going to be pretty subtle. And maybe what I'll do is maybe I'll come in here with a couple of these to just, work that in a little bit. Maybe we'll do one more up here. And I feel like we need one more in here now too. Okay, so now we've just kind of worked that same color in here a little bit. All right, are we ready? I think we're now ready to make our list. We might end up doing a little bit more here. I don't know, we'll see. So in my list, I feel like, hold on, let's look. Let me look for, oh, I know what I want to use. No, I'm going to use these. I looked at my notes because there was something I was going to use for a bullet stamp, but I'm not going to use it. I feel like we might want something super simple down here. I've already opened this pack. These are Vicky's foiled die cut assortments. So you have vellum pieces, like cloudy pieces, vellum. You have clear pieces like your acetate. So probably going to want something. No. Okay, let's talk about why. First of all, that is not working for me because now I have a word here, a big word here. They're both in black and that doesn't work. And so that's also telling me I'm probably not going to like another word there because I have a word at the top. But let's just look here. Those are the die cuts. Is there something in here that we might like? We need something kind of small. Beautiful sight. No. Time to gather around. Nope. So I'm thinking one more thing. Let me look at one more product. And then if I don't find what I like here, then we're just going to keep going. Oh, but I just had a fun idea what that made. All right. So those are, oh gosh, come on, Lil. Those are the laser cuts. My mind just went somewhere else for a total minute. It just was gone for a minute. Soak up the holiday cheer. That might work. Let's look. Oh, or maybe a word strip sticker. Giving is the best part. You know what? I think I like that. Giving is the best part. You know why? Because we talked about it at the beginning when we were talking about glimmers. Sometimes giving a glimmer is better than receiving one, right? So giving is the best part. We put that down here. Maybe that just goes right here. I'm going to just trim the end a little bit. That. And then this guy a little bit. So just a little bit less weight on there. Giving is the best part. Okay. There we go. All right. So now we are ready for our list. As I make my list here, this is just going to be a run-on list. So what I mean by that, it is not like a numbered list or a bulleted list over here. I will put a little, I'll use a little glimmer stamp, and then I'll write, and then I'm just using my little glimmers to separate the things on my list. All right. But instead of this guy, that little trio, I think I'm just going to use one single little glimmer, shimmer, little star thingy. That's the official word for them. Glimmer, shimmer, star thingy. Okay, so there's that. What size do I want to use? Do I want to use the big one? Bigger one? You obviously have 3 different groupings of your glimmers and then 3 different sizes of your single shimmer glimmer thingy. All right. Again, remember we talked about right sizing our stamp to our stamping block. I have a little tiny stamp. I am now using this guy, right? I was using it on that one too, but just a lot easier for me to handle, right? Much easier for me to handle than if I used that guy, because that guy's way too big for that little thing. Doesn't mean I can't use it, just makes it easier. Sometimes it's all about ease. All right, there's our first little guide. Things on my glimmers list that I have noticed recently. And the first one, that is the one I talked about earlier. Trading spaces. No, not trading spaces. No, trading spaces. Right? Trading places. Oh my gosh. Trading Spaces was a show on HGTV a long time ago. Trading Spaces. Movie on at Slackwater while we were eating dinner. Which is one of those, oh my gosh, I remember that movie. And then, holy cow. So 1983, Jamie Lee Curtis is in that movie. Jamie Lee Curtis is probably, I don't know, in her early 20s. Holy cow, she looks freaking amazing. Dan Aykroyd also looks very young. I just lost his name. The other guy in the movie. He looks young as well, right? All right. Let's see. Okay. You guys are talking about how you store your dies or how you keep track of them. I love that. Because I'm totally missing so much in the chat. Because I'm just working away, having fun here. All right. And Amy, you will see this. Probably on Tuesday or Wednesday, a box is headed your way. So it was a red grow grain ribbon with the word joy in white. That just made me so happy. I was wrapped in some little gifties to send off. And this ribbon I had, that's red grow grain. So it's like ridges in it, right? Like ruffles. It has ridges in it. And then this beautiful white in, letters joy. It just made me happy. They don't have to be big things, right, you guys? They don't have to be big things. Hello, Jessica Michaels. Nice to see you. Jessica popped in. She is trading. Oh my gosh, I wrote spaces. I did, Zen girls. Holy cow. I wrote spaces. Guess what? You know what? It is really trading places. But you know what? It's fine. I'm not going to correct it. I'm not going to fix it. One day I'll be like, Trading Spaces, what movie? I'll be like, oh yeah, I remember when I was making that list and I said, oh, Trading Spaces. No, don't write that, Lil. I'll write Trading Places. And I wrote it anyway. Yep. And I did watch that Trading Spaces, not Trading Places, Trading Spaces also. Ay. Anyway, hi, Jessica. Jessica's one of the new creative team members as well. And Jessica I don't know if she posted it yet. just a really fun blog post with a project. So you will see that on the blog. I think Amy's already added it. I know I wrote spaces, but I'm not Zen girls. I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it. It's just going to be there. It's a happy accident, right? If it really bothered me, I would start all over. No, I wouldn't. If it really bothered me, you know how I would fix it? I would find a little piece of scratch paper, because I'm certain I still have a little tiny piece of that left, right? And I would write places. And you know what? Let's just do it. I'll show you. I'll show you how easy it is to fix something like that, assuming I know I still have a little piece. Oh yeah, here we go, right? So I would just, now really I would just leave it the way that it is. I'd be like, I don't care. But I will do this. I will come here and I'll write places. And we'll do this. And make it super teeny. Like that. And I'm going to make it a little bit shorter. And then I'll just glue it right over the top. No one's ever going to be the wiser. It's our little secret, okay? It is our little secret. And when it's in the idea book, you'll try to squint and see if you can see it. You won't even know it's there. And guess what? If someone knows it's there and they're going to critique that, guess what? You know where they can go. To the South Pole. They can't go to the North Pole. They can go to the South Pole and be really cold by themselves. Oh yeah, tweezers. Here we go. Fixed it. Right? Look it. Fixed it. If you get up really close, you can see it. But no one is ever going to see that, right? Here's the other thing, you guys, when it comes to stamping and making mistakes. And truthfully, I did that on purpose. No, not really. But there is not a lot that you can't fix, right? That I put the wrong thing, and there's definitely a difference between trading spaces and trading places. I just fixed it, right? Sometimes I have stamped a letter upside down, an A instead of a, I don't know what it was. And then I just write oops above it, right? It's okay. It's okay. No reason to start over. No reason to start over. Nobody's got time for that, right? All right. So now where were we? Okay. Yes, the ribbon. Kurt Bester Christmas music. Oh, it's so beautiful. It just makes me happy. And you know what? I would write that whether or not I went to the concert, because it's beautiful music and it makes me happy. He does a piece that he is playing the harmonica. I think it's What Child Is This? Holy cow, the man is so freaking talented. I can't even tell you. It's just beautiful. It like gives you chills. It's so good. Gives you chills. All right. Yes, Denise, there are no mistakes in art. You are 100% correct, my friend. All right, next up. Oh, so we went to dinner before that concert to an Italian restaurant. This is like Italian, where everyone in the restaurant that works there is Italian, and it's a family. And the dad comes out, who's like 80 something, and he's got the, oh, hiya, what's your name? You know, he's got kind of that, but it's real and just so sweet. But I had pappardelle with bolognese. It was so good. I'm not Italian, so I did not pronounce that correctly at all, but I don't eat a lot of pasta. Now, don't get me wrong. I love pasta. It just, my body doesn't necessarily like it as much as my mouth and my brain do, right? So I don't eat a lot of pasta. And actually, I am going to, normally I would just leave it at that, but I'm going to add something else right here. I'm just going to add the word yummy. And the reason I did that is because I didn't want I don't want all these bullets like one below the other. So I just add a little word so we can keep going. And I can't wait to share this with you guys later this week. My designer, Becky, you guys haven't met her yet. I will start talking more and more about her. She wrote a poem. She wrote a poem for us, for all of us, Lail by Mailers, squirrels, and I will share it with you on the 23rd. It is amazing. And I didn't know that she was going to do that. And she sent it to me the other day and said, I did this for you. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So a surprise Christmas poem. Watch for that in an email. It's probably something, I don't know, you might want to print off. So actually, you know what I will do? I will also put it on the website. I'll put it on the blog, and then if you want to print it off and use it in part of your documenting, you can, because it's that amazing. Because I'm going to put it in my December daily. It's so cool. All right. Hearing from a close friend that she's finally doing well after a particularly tough year. That was a nice glimmer. She's actually the one, my friend Sherry, who introduced me to the whole concept of glimmers a year ago. This is kind of something else along those lines. Text updates from a friend whose husband, it's actually a friend customer. It's a customer that has turned into a wonderful friend. I'm texting from a friend customer whose husband had life-changing surgery, like very serious, very, very, very serious surgery, life-changing surgery. And the bond we've formed. It's very special. And the fact that she is sending me updates on, you know, he's still in the hospital. But the fact that she's sending me updates just is wonderful. Yeah. Next up on my list, both receiving both photo Christmas cards. I love to get photo Christmas cards, right? And handmade. I'm going to show you. I'm just going to bring this over and show you the 4 that I have sitting in my craft room here, because they are beautiful. And I think other people should get to see them besides me. Look at that. Isn't that stunning? So pretty. And then this one, holy cow. So it came in the mail like this, and it pops open like this. Merry Wolfmas. Isn't that amazing? So it's this whole like 3D little scene. That is, all of those are die cuts. So you talk about like die cuts, amazing, right? And then this one, this from my friends at Doodlebug, so sweet, but so cute with their little Santa on top. And then this one, look at that. Aren't those just stunning? Handmade Christmas cards. I tell you what, if you make handmade Christmas cards, I am impressed. And if you make handmade Christmas cards and you think people throw them away, I don't throw them away. Yeah, that diorama, isn't that amazing? I don't throw them away. I think they're just beautiful. So, yeah, anyway, but handmade Christmas cards and the photo ones, because it's so fun over the years to like watch people's families grow up, their kids grow up, right? All right, we're just about done with this list. Next up, the Christmas tree scent. The Christmas tree scent this time of year without the mess, right? That means there's not a real tree. There's not a real tree giving the Christmas tree scent. It's something else. It's spray and all kinds of candles and all kinds of things like that. And then one from this morning. The one from this morning it was a beautiful foggy morning with no snow. That won't be part of it. Beautiful foggy morning with Sade, the singer, on the record player. All right, so there we go. Now, I think what I might do, let's see. Now that I'm finished, I think, oh, let's get that put away. I think that this is a little bit too low. So I'm just going to very gently peel that sticker back up, and I think we'll put it right here. Now, giving is the best part. I didn't talk about any glimmers that I gave, but still, giving is the best part of glimmers sometimes. So I think what I will do, just to help this stand out a little bit, come in and outline that little guy. And I think I'm going to call it good. Sometimes less is more, right? I have all kinds of die cuts and things that I could put over here. Although, actually, I just lied. I remembered when I looked, when I was looking over here, that there was something I wanted to use. And I think our Christmas tree might need a topper. Right? Don't you think? One of the bows. So that I pulled from the sticker sheet. There's my little Christmas tree topper that brings in a little red now over to this side. Now, what kind of bothers me about it, but I'm going to leave it, is that now I have this here and this here, but I'm going to leave it because I think it needed a little something over here. And now I will just add down here. Today is December 20th, right? 20th? What day is today? The 20th? I think so. My calendar, come on, 20th, yes. December 20th, 2025. And I'm done. Okay, there we go. There's our first list. Well, really kind of second one, right? Because we finished our traditions one. So there we go. All righty, now I'm just going to move. Let me look. What is our next list? I'm going to keep the mistletoe and memories out because I am going to, our next list also uses mistletoe and memories. So it makes sense to just keep it out instead of put it away and then bring it back out again. So let's see. I am going to get this put away with my Glimmers stamp set, which, where did it go? Did I put it back in here? Where is it, Leo? All right, well, I'll find it later. I guess I'll find it later. We'll just put that on the floor. All right, our next list it's a top 10 list, all right? Zen Girl said, ugh, I'm not listing yet, boo, adulting. I know, sometimes we have to adult in order to play, right? All right, so our next list is a top 10 list. Now, this one is a super easy list to do. And this is a list, a lot of times we do lists that are easy starters. And what I mean by that is one of the biggest questions I get asked from new people or people that are interested in creative listing and they don't really know where to start is, Lael, I don't know where to start. And I say, just start. And they're like, yeah, no, that didn't really help me. Thanks a lot, but no thanks. And so this is a top 10 list is a really easy one to start with, or a top 5 or a top 3. So it could be your top 10 memories of the year. It could be your top 5 favorite movies. It could be the top 3 friends that you have. I mean, it could be, you can work in a top fill in the blank list with really anything. Sorry, let me take a quick sip of water here. Quick sip of water. Thank you. It's by my inks. Sometimes you can see things. You guys can see things that I can't, right? All right, let's clean this guy up. Oh, better. All right. So, top 10 list. So my top 10 list is going to be my top, and really I'll explain that in a sec. Our top 10 things from our recent trip to New York City. So the reason we did not list last Saturday was that Nick and I took a little getaway to New York City. Nick turned 60 at the end of November. So he just had a big milestone birthday, right? And Nick has never been to New York. Well, he's never been to New York City. He has been to Long Island once, but he's never been to New York City. I used to do a lot of work when I was in software on Wall Street. So I had been there quite a bit, but I've never been to New York City over the holidays. And it's always been on my bucket list to go to New York City over Christmas. And so Nick and I were talking probably in October. We're like, we don't really, we're to the point where we don't really buy each other Christmas presents. And, I said, Nick, I really feel like this year to kind of celebrate your big birthday and maybe Christmas, maybe we should go to New York. And then bucket list. And he said, yeah, let's do it. So we left on a Thursday, got there late Thursday night and came home on Sunday. And we had an amazing time. We had the best time. And I thought, you know what? I want to do a top 10 list about our favorite things that we did while we were in New York City. And we were in New York City. We were in the city. We were in Times Square area. So we were right in the thick of it in all the tourist things. So there is something that I did to make this really easy for myself. And it really has nothing to do with this list. This is something that I have been doing every time that we go on a trip since 2023. I prepped a traveler's notebook insert ahead of time. Now, it did not have I Heart NY. That's a sticker that I bought there, but my insert looked like this. This is my document your travels, traveler's notebook insert. All right. So I prepped this before we went. And when I say I prepped it before we went, this part was already there. I added the sticker. I did a little bit of stamping, did little stickers here. I pre-stamped some pages. Now that we're back from the trip, I will go back and fill these things out. So the trip dates, transportation, accommodations, I'm going to do just kind of a little writing here about bucket list, and we went for Nick's 60th birthday, but I did all of those things before we left. And then I also prepped all of the pages before we left. Now, it's a little hard for you to see this right here because I've filled out the pages, but before we left, I stamped the date. I did this stamp. I added that stamp for Thursday. Everything else I did while we were there. So when you see the next page, I stamped this up there, the date, the little guy there. I stamped good stuff. I stamped Friday. On the next day, December 13th, I stamped the weekend. I stamped Saturday. I stamped joy. I added some washi. So a bunch of this I did ahead of time. The reason why I did some of these things ahead of time was so that I could take this with me and I could pop it in one of my little storage pouches like this, okay? This is what I took with me. When Nick and I went to Europe back in 2023, we were gone for 18 days and we did it in a backpack and a carry-on, which just so you know, that's not how I normally travel. But we were going to a lot of different places and we wanted to travel light. And I knew I wanted to do this while I was on the road. And I only had so much room. Like if I'm in a backpack and a carry-on, I can't take all the things with me. So this is what I did. Now back then I had not created the insert yet. So this is now one of my products that has, it basically has, well, don't mind this because I tore this out. I'll explain why in a minute. But it has your days all laid out like this. So your date, you can decide whatever you want to put in there. You've got room for top 3 right here. And you have this little grid down below. You can track your distance walked or your distance flown or biked or drove or whatever, temperature and the weather. All right. So that insert now exists because prior to that, I did all of this by hand for that first trip. But I took this and I took this little pouch. All right. In this little pouch with me, I took a couple sticker sheets that I could use while I was documenting every day. I took a glue stick. Little tiny glue stick. I took a little pack of colored pencils. I took a Sharpie pen and I took some playing cards that have washi on them, right? So I was able to take, I counted them, I think like 48 or something, 48 different rolls of washi with me and this nice little compact, right, stack. Because I didn't need a full roll, right? All I needed was a little bit. And by putting them on little playing cards, wax coated playing cards means they're easy to add and really easy to peel off because it's wax coating. So it makes it easy. That is all I took with me. Every night, and this is the key, every night that we were there or the next morning before we left, I would sit down and fill this out. Like, what did we do? What did we do on Friday, the 12th? And this is not, I mean, there's nothing, I'm not really adding any commentary. I'm basically just saying this is what we did. Started the day with bagels and coffee at the bagel market right next door to the hotel. Walked a half mile to Bryant Park. Did this, did this, did this, did this. Now, while I was there, I collected lots of stickers, right? So I added some stickers, cut apart little business cards and brochures, and added while I was doing my decorating. But the key for me, you do this every day while you're on a trip. All the details are here, right? This is, well, for me, I'll continue documenting in this book, but all the details are here. If you wait to try to capture all the details until a week, a month, a year, when you come back, you're going to have a hard time, right? Because our minds don't just necessarily keep all that information, all the details that we want to remember. So I came back with this trip really already documented, right? Now, the rest of the pages in my insert, this is now where I will come back and add photos, add some more memorabilia and things like that. Then my trip will be done and it will be documented in this little insert. All of this relates to this list, my top 10 list, this way. Because part of that documenting every day, what were my top 3 favorite things we did that day? And this, when Nick and I travel together, it's something that we talk about. I'm like, Nick, what was your top thing today? What was my top thing today? Right? So it's really easy for me now today to make my list of the top things because I have my top things every day. And if I do a little prep work before we leave, then it makes it a lot easier for me to do it while I'm gone. One little thing I ended up doing here before we get started. This insert has pages for a 7-day trip, all right? And when I say pages for a 7-day trip, these little spreads like this. This was not a 7-day trip. This was a 4-day trip. So the first thing I did was I took out a spread. I just very gently pulled out the paper. That was 1 spread, 2 spreads. So I pulled out 2 days. So that now made this a 5-day trip instead of a 7-day trip, but it was a 4-day trip. So you know what I did to fix the last day? I just glued the last spread together, right? If we opened this is really what this looked like here, right? I had an extra spread. It was too much. So I just glued those pages together and that turned this 7-day trip into a 4-day trip for my insert, all right? So our second list is a top 10 for me, a top 10 from our trip to New York. This is a great way too to wrap up a trip. And even if you are a 12 by 12 scrapbooker, right? This is a really easy way to get a scrapbook page done. What were your top 10 favorites from your trip? What were your top 10 memories from last year? What were your top 5? Maybe you went to Disneyland. This is also a great way if you have kids or grandkids going with you on the trip to get them to document, right? What were your top 5 things? What were your top 3 things from today? That gets them in the habit of writing and journaling, right? But in a really easy way. Okay, so one side of my list is going to be a full-size photo. And I printed 2 because I wasn't quite sure which one I wanted to use. These are 2 photos from our trip. And we have a ton of photos from the trip, but I wanted to somehow have kind of New York in the mix, right? So this was Sunday. We were walking to Central Park and it was snowing. It was really snowing and it was really cold. And what I loved about this photo was it's very much like city, right? There's people all over walking. I don't know about your city, but our city, if it's snowing like this, people are not out, right? So that was kind of a cool way to use a photo for New York City. But then there was this one. And this one with all those tall buildings in the background, I thought that would be a fun one too. I got it, Colleen. Thank you. 12:34. It's my little angel time. So one of these 2, and I have a feeling, I don't know, I'll cut them both out, but I'm thinking that I might use this one just because it's more neutral color-wise, but I like the color too. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll cut them both out, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do on the rest of our list. Someone said this could be your top 10 bucket place. Absolutely. A bucket list is a great type of list to start with as well, right? Movies that you want to see, books you want to read, places you want to visit. Bucket lists are a really fun list to do. All right, so I printed these. Most of the time, I always say about 95% of the time, When I am printing photos, I am using the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. That printer prints 3 different sizes, 4x6, 5x7, and 3.5x5. These photos are none of those sizes. These photos are Traveler's Notebook size. So they are 5 by 8.25. So I use a different printer for that, right? I use Epson XP 15,000, I think. So that is what I have printed these on. All right, so let's just trim both of them out to see which one that we would like to use. But I mean, I really should use color, but the colors in there are kind of, it's all of my brown that I'm wearing, my camel and my black and my, you know. So I know what embellishments I want to use on this. So we'll see if they will work. All right, so here are my 2 side by side. And here, my list is going to be over here on the left, and then my photo is going to be on the right. So if I put that there, my thought was to use these guys. These are from also Vicky's Mistletoe and Memories collection. These fun ornaments I thought would be really fun to just hang off the top, right? And I have to be a little bit strategic in what I'm putting where, because I kind of don't want to cover up the top of those buildings, because that to me is really, that's city, and those are big tall buildings. So that's New York, right? So let's see how we might do this. If we go short there, something like that. And I'm adding ornaments because we were there at Christmas time. If this goes, I mean, I don't know. I'm covering up the top of one building, but it could potentially work. Then I get a little bit of red and green in there because I have 2 greens. We need to get some red. Or I could do this. We could do that instead. You know, this, I don't love that one. So I think I might do this. We might do this here. And this works because I have a lot of skyline, right? We're here, but I've got all that extra space. So we can kind of play with that a little bit. Maybe we just do something like that. And so they're just, you know, they're not all even, right? We've got this little space right here that's probably going to have nothing in it. Because it doesn't really need to have anything in it, right? I mean, it looks weird if I don't know, maybe I do something. Actually, it probably needs something like that. All right, so that's what it would look like with the black and white. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. The black and white photo captures the New York vibe. Where's the JFK luggage tag in your page? Angela, that is a stamp set from Carrie Bradford Studios. So let me just really quick pull it out and I'll tell you which one it is. If it is handy from, as I was getting those things stamped before I left. It's one of her more recent ones. Where is it? Hang tight. I'm just looking behind me. Is this it? Oh, it is. Okay. It's this one. It's called Time to Fly. Carrie is a dear friend of mine. So if you look up here, that's how you spell it. I don't know if you can see that. Carrie Bradford. If you go to Carrie Bradford, K-E-R-R-Y, bradfordstudio.com. Her stamps, though, sell out very quickly. And sometimes when they're gone, they're gone. So word of advice, if you're looking at any of Carrie's stamps, I used to be on her design team years and years and years ago. Don't second guess. If you see something you like, you better get it because they won't be around forever. All right. So you guys think black and white? Yeah, I think so too, right? Because look I love the color there, but when we bring those things, yeah, I mean, I knew I'd want the black and white, but I thought, well, I should probably bring in a color one too. All right, so let's just put those guys back up there and we will go ahead and adhere this. Now, sometimes I need to trim this down just a titch, just a little tiny bit. Even though it's 5 inches and my insert is 5 inches wide, I need to trim it down just a little teeny tiny bit because we lose a couple millimeters from the stapling in the center. All right, so now let's see. If you do not have a larger printer, well, you know, a larger photo printer, Persnickety Prints does large Traveler's Notebook size photos like this. Just one thing to be aware of. I worked with them. I didn't work for them, but I worked with Kari, that owns, I don't think she still owns it. Owned at one point Persnickety Prints. Anyhow, I worked with her years ago to come up with the sizing because she said we were at an event together and we were talking and she said, we'd love to do some Traveler's Notebook size photos, but we don't really, do that size. And so You know, what would you do and will you help us test them? And so we kind of went through the whole process. They do 2 different size prints for traveler's notebooks. They do a 5 by 8.25, which is the size I use, the standard wide. And then they also do a standard size, which is 4.33 by 8.25. So if you are printing photos with persnickety prints and you want traveler's notebook sizes, make sure you know what size that you want. Just don't assume that traveler's notebook is the right size because there are 2 sizes. All right, so let's come back in here with this. And this is a super easy way to, you know, add some color to the photo and add some visual interest to the photo without having to do a lot of work, right? So we're just kind of making these little guys work here. And if you are now, I took this photo this way because I really wanted the skyline. So we were kind of shooting up. But if you are thinking when you are shooting your photos and you think you want to add some decoration to the top, just leave yourself a lot of space above, kind of like this one, right? There's a lot of space above here. Now, I liked this because I wanted to kind of capture that part of the city. But if you think you want to decorate the top of the photo, just shoot up kind of more into the sky so you're giving yourself a lot of space up top. All right, let's get these guys added. Now, I think I asked before, and if I did, I probably missed it, or it could have been right before our technical difficulties. What are you guys doing today? We're less than a week away from Christmas. What are you doing today? Do you have a list of things a mile long? And that's going to be our next list. What are you doing? Are you relaxing? Yeah, Carrie does amazing stamps, and she is a sweetheart. She is seriously she has been in this industry forever. She's one of the pioneers in the industry. The way I met her many years ago, she was designing some product kits for creating keepsakes. Do you guys remember Creating Keepsakes magazine? And she lives in Utah too. She reached out to me and said, hey, we have this travel kit that we have designed. And this is, you guys, this is honestly probably 18, 20 years ago. She said, we would love you to do something with it. Would you work with it? And I'm like, sure, I'd love to. She's just one of those people. She's just a good soul. And she's an amazing photographer. She also loves to travel. So we kind of, trade travel things back and forth on Instagram in our direct messages. I'll be like, oh my gosh, that's a great spot. It's fun. But she's an incredible person. Another woman-owned small business. I always, encourage us in the industry to support each other, but also as crafters to support, small business, and especially women-owned small business. Because, why not? All right, so I had all these guys bleed off the top of the page on purpose because now it looks like those little ornaments are just, hanging with us in the New York skyline. All right, and all those little ornaments are from, we're still using Vicky's Mistletoe and Memories, and they are from this set, the Icons and Titles Ephemera set, which, by the way, has 187 pieces in it. Huge, right? But look at all those. You see all those little fun ornaments I wish I had used that one, that little striped one. Oh, well, it's okay. I might add one more over here. We'll see if I can figure out where the striped one is. All right, so now for my list over here. I have a couple things I am going to add. I need to keep this out because I don't need to keep this out anymore because this morning I sat down and looked at all of my top 3 things and said, oh, what are my top 3 things? Or my top 10, then I wrote them over here. So we'll get this out of the way. So I have a little bit extra room. Oh, by the way, this is also what I returned with. This is all the memorabilia that I collected along the way, right? Let's just talk about that for a minute. Things like this, you guys, this was a brochure for the Rockettes. We went and saw the Rockettes. This is a brochure. So don't poo-poo don't poo-poo things like this, right? The little brochures that you think are little touristy things. Because look what I did with it. This little guy is gone. This piece is gone. And they got used right here. Little circle punch and that little piece. So your brochures and things like that are great for using in your documenting. But also, I just have to show you the stickers. The stickers. I met this woman. She had a little booth in Bryant Park, and she's the artist, Nachi. I don't know how she says it, but these beautiful hand-drawn stickers. And so I ended up, it worked perfectly because this little set of hand-drawn stickers for me. There's Central Park. I had one on every day. There's Central Park. There is Times Square, and there is Bryant Park. So even, incorporating things like that are, I even actually, see that little taxi from the bag that my stickers came in? I cut the little taxi out of the bag. All right, anyhow. I'm all about capturing all the memorabilia because a lot of that memorabilia is what I will use as I am adding my photos and decorating back here. Okay. I need a piece of pattern paper here again, right? And then I will do my list on a piece of white cardstock. So let's go back to my stack of pattern paper. That 6x8 pattern paper that we were looking at, Vicky's things. Let me just check. Her website is Kerri Bradford, Bradford. I think it's Kerri. I don't know if it's KerriBradford.com or KerriBradfordStudios.com. If you Google it, you'll find her. All right. So let's see. One of the things, I might do something with these next week because it's the exact same pattern. But I thought that would make a really fun spread that way. Anyhow. I mean, that could work. I love this. Red. This red won't work because when I trim it down, it'll look odd. I don't know. I really love those, but that's beautiful. No, too. I need color. I need some color. That's pretty too, but not Christmassy. All right. Just look through all these again really quickly. That's pretty, but the pink doesn't really go. I don't know. Ooh. I think it might end up being that. I love that stripe. Love that little candy cane stripe. So bows are cute. And I know the bows kind of tie in with that, but I think I'd like it to be this. That's a little bit more plain. So we're going to go with that. Moira, what a great notebook. Love that you incorporated memorabilia in the stickers. Thank you. I will tell you, I have traveled my entire life. My dad was in the Navy. I had my first passport when I was 4 years old because we lived in Japan. So literally, I have traveled my whole life. Every job I've had, every career I've had, it has always been part of my life. And Nick and I love to travel. So travel is a very important part of my life, Nick's life, our relationship. I travel on my own. I travel with friends. It's just a super important part of my life. And I love to document. So that is what I figured out over all the years is the best way, easiest way for me to document my travels because it's simple enough that I can actually do it while I'm on a trip. And I have learned the hard way, like many of you have. If I don't do it while I'm on the trip, it does not happen, right? I have grandiose plans when I get home of documenting and doing all the things, and it just goes in another stack of projects. So, and guess what? If I don't get it documented, like that Europe trip that we went to, it took me a year before I actually documented that trip, but it was fine because I had all the little details. I had all the details from the trip. So when I was ready to sit down and document it, it was easy because I had all the details there. All right. So now we need to trim this down. This is one of my 6x8 grid papers. So you can see it just kind of has a little grid to it. There's a similar version, but it's lined. All right. So we don't need a ton of space. There's not a lot of pattern that I need to kind of try to preserve in order to see the pattern. It's there, right? It's there. Whether you've got a wide border or not. The pattern is there. Okay. Alrighty. So now I think that I had probably better I'm gonna do it. I think I had probably better ink the edges again. It's just, there's just a lot of white there. So I feel like if I ink the edges, it'll kind of help tone it down a little bit. And I think we're probably good. Let's look. This green, that green is more, what was the green I said before? It's not as, I think it's more evergreen bough. Nope, pine needles. It's pine needles, not quite rustic wilderness. So pine needles. Let's grab pine needles. And pine needles. There we go. Now, what did I do with my tool? That is a good, oh, there it is. Pine needles. One of the things that's important about if you are using like little foam blenders like this for your inks, there's two things that are really important. Well, there's one thing with kind of two parts. You do not want to cross-contaminate your tools. Your tool's fine, but you don't want to cross-contaminate your foam. And I mean two things by that. Number one, I would not want to use that one for evergreen bough and pine needles and rustic wilderness and lucky clover, because what I end up with then is a conglomeration mix of all of those colors, and then it's not the color I'm looking for. So we don't want to cross-contaminate between different colors. The other thing you do not want to cross-contaminate with is same color, different type of ink. So I use Distress Oxides. And I use Distress Oxides pigment-based ink because I like the coverage. It gives me a really nice kind of uniform coverage. I call it a juicy ink. And so that's why I like a Distress Oxide. Now, Distress inks are dye-based inks. So they have totally different properties than a pigment-based ink, your Distress Oxides. All of that I bring up. If you are a mixed media person, the properties of each make a big difference to you because you're blending, and if your pigment-based ink takes longer to dry, then it's more easily blendable than, say, a dye-based ink like your Distress ink, all of that stuff. I'm not a mixed media artist. I don't do mixed media with inks. I like to stamp. So if you are using the same color in both types of inks, in your Distress and Distress Oxide, you do not want to cross-contaminate your little foam head, even if it's the same color. Even if you are using the same foam head that is pine needles for both Distress Oxide and Distress ink, you don't want to cross-contaminate because the properties of the inks are different. And if you start to cross-contaminate, they will not operate the way that you want them to operate. All right. I mean, if you're doing what I do, it's color, so it'll all be fine. But if you're doing anything else with them, you really don't want to cross-contaminate. All right. That my little guy's dry there, so let's just use this. If you are interested in learning more about oxides and pigment and regular dye-based inks and Distress inks and the different properties and what you can do with them and how they work differently and all of that, there are links to two awesome articles at the bottom of my the description box of the video that are incredibly helpful. They're not me. They're both articles at scrapbook.com. One talks a lot about the difference between a dye-based ink and a pigment-based ink. And another one is Tim Holtz, and he is talking and showing you the differences between Distress inks and Distress Oxides. So they are, just click on the links. I'll take you to scrapbook.com, and you can read and see examples about the different types of inks if you want to learn more about inks. Now, me, I use my inks for stamping and inking edges for the most part. So that's not something that I spend a lot of time on because it doesn't really apply to me. Now, if it did, then I would learn more, right? That makes sense. Okay, so we're over here again, and I'm going to do a little bit of stamping. I am going to use one of, I think, this is my thought. I need to look to make sure it's going to look okay first. In my brain, I thought it would be fun. So, this is the new January, February, March. So the winter spring season pass stamp set. Brand new season pass for 2026. The winter spring has now released, and everything can be purchased a la carte. So as with last year, you can purchase it in the kit, but everything can now be purchased a la carte. So I thought what I might do, this little word art right here, I thought it might be fun to use this little stamp with that little word art on there. Now, start to get familiar with that type of word art, because you are going to see, I don't know, rub-ons come out later in the year that already are done and received. And some stamps like that. It's just kind of really fun word art that just gives your title maybe a little bit something more. So I'm thinking that could go there, because that's really, that stamp is just, let me just stamp it because that one's dirty again. It's been a crazy week. It has been a crazy week of design. And you know, I mentioned in the beginning, sometimes you are trying to drive 60 miles an hour down the freeway and you are changing the tire at the same time, which is what we're doing here. Product development. There is the life cycle for product development takes a lot longer than you might think, and you have to work much further in advance than you might think. Right now, we are working on a new collection for May, and it's December. And we also just wrapped up Season Pass, the second one for Spring Summer. That will be for April, May, June. That will release in March. So it's been kind of a crazy week, both designing for me, getting project samples and kits designed for year in review, and then also new product design. So all that to say, I don't, I know. That's why my stamp was dirty. I didn't clean it because I was too busy. I used it and then didn't have time to clean it. Yeah, whatever. All right, I'm going to clean that off really well and dry it really well as well. The word art is very fun, you guys. Becky's done an awesome job on all the stamps, but definitely this word art is one of the themes that you will start seeing mail by mail in 2020 in 2026. So, and actually, also, these are the rub-ons for this season pass. Look, you have the same thing. See that little word art right there? Isn't that fun? And a little word art right there. Also fun. Okay. So before I do this, I know what I was going to do. I was going to show you. I was going to stamp it. And I think I'm going to stamp this in black. So let's get this stamped in black and I'll show you what it looks like. We need to test it anyway, right? So we're good. Let's find a page where there's a little bit more room to test it. Okay. Go right here. So you can kind of get a feel for what it looks like. Ooh, such a nice stamp. All right, look at that. And this one's a generic one, even though it's in Winter Spring Season Pass stamp set. Details currently, this one moment, documented, capture snippets of life, highlights life. Not fun? So I thought that would be maybe fun to do up here. All right. And then right under it, I'll probably write our NYC top 10. And then I'm going to use the by the numbers stamp set because it's my top 10 things. Week. All right. Careful with the black ink, Lael. And I am going to use, this is by the numbers 2. So just kind of a fun little stack of stamps. I'm just going to, yeah, let me just go ahead and put this in here now. And then, so this is going to be here, but I will stamp these two together. I just need to make sure that I have plenty of room for this above, right? I do. All righty. Re-ink that puppy. And come over here. Ooh. Okay, hold please. See that? That is some ink. And I got a little, okay, I will deal with that in a minute. Let me re-ink this. I will come back and deal with that. But I needed to get that black off my fingers, or I would continue to make inky prints on my list here. And I don't want inky prints on my list. So let's do this right here. Okay. Oh, there we go. Now, see that? You see that little smudge right there? Now, truth be told, by the time I write my list there, you're probably not even going to see it. But what I can do is take one of these. This is a sand eraser. So there's actually grit in this eraser. There's a little sand in it. And if I just kind of come in and erase that, it will get rid of most of that little smudge. Right now, you need to be careful with that because it's an eraser, right? Sometimes if you erase too hard, it erases the paper. And also because it has grit in it, you don't want to really make a hole in your paper. But that pretty much got rid of that. I can still see it faintly there, but by the time I make my list, you won't see that at all. All right, so I would like to do, I need a something, probably like a sign, a sticker, a star, something that, here's a little red star, right? So if I put this little red star here, and write our NYC top 10. Okay, and then I'll use my little ruler right here. Actually, I might come back and do the ruler. I'm thinking of something, so hang on. Thank you, Dreeny Ray. She said she loves this page. You guys, so what I love so much, and you know what? I've been paper crafting, scrapbooking, planning. I mean, I've done all the things literally over the years. All the memory keeping, worked in Traveler's Notebook, worked in planners. Really, I've done it all. Mini books. I've really never been a card maker. That's probably the only thing I really haven't done. But this for me, there's something different about this type of memory keeping. This is play for me. This is all play. It's super easy. There's no pressure. Somehow making a list, adding a photo, adding some fun things. It's been a very freeing way for me to document. And I've been doing creative listing. What did we figure out? I think 10 years, maybe 10 years. All right. So with these guys, these stamps are split. You'll notice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that is by design. Sometimes if you did not want to be tied into a top 10, you can do top 5 if you wanted to do top 5. All right. But if you want to do top 10, then you just stamp them separately. All right. So I'm just looking to see what we have room left for down here. We won't have room for a lot. So we're going to do this. Let's get a stamping block for that. I think we need, yeah, that guy's too short. So we need this big guy. You know what? I think I'm going to do pine needles. I'm really drawn to black, but you know what? If I do all this black and my writing is in black too, it's just going to be a real black page. So I think we better mix in some color here. Ooh, I don't know. Wow, that's going to be pretty stinking bright, right? That's going to be pretty bright here. Let's look and see. I don't know. That might scare me. I might have to go something a little bit more subtle. Oh, actually, it's fine, right? It just looked way brighter. It's perfect. It looked way brighter than it was. So let's go ahead and ink this guy back up again. I need a very important tool right here though. Before I get any further and forget, I need a pencil board. You haven't seen me use a pencil board yet because the last list that I did was our first page in our traveler's notebook, so I didn't need to worry about this. What the heck? I have like 8 pencil boards here. Oh, here we go. I'm like, why am I not seeing one? Okay. All right, a pencil board is hard, flat surface that you slide underneath something to give yourself a flat surface to stamp on, all right? So, especially when you get really deep into a traveler's notebook like this, where a lot of things have happened before. So, if I'm stamping right here, I can't take the page out, right? So I have a flat surface like on my desktop to work with. I want to put my pencil board right here because that's going to prevent whatever happened here from causing an issue when I stamp, right? There were die cuts or something down here. It could get really lumpy bumpy and it could cause a problem. Now, there is a possibility that something could happen here. I have also done, I'll be free and clear right here because that's up there. And as long as I stay away kind of from this edge, what I'm trying to stay away from, when I stamp, it will help whatever happened here because I'm giving the flat surface, but it can't really help with what I've done over here. All right, so let's just try it. We're gonna see what happens. And if there's a problem, I'll show you how we'll fix it. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, you have to be careful about what has happened before your page because if there's any dimension at all, it can make it so your stamp is not laying flat. And then if your stamp doesn't lay flat, there's part of your stamp that will not stamp, right? Okay, so let's go like this. Nice firm pressure. Ooh, nice firm pressure. Don't want to rock it. Okay, that's what I was worried about was going to happen. This is what happened. Right here, it ran into this. It felt that difference in height and that stamp could not lay flat right there. So you can see here, there's still ink right where it did not adhere, right? So there's a couple things I can do to fix that. What I am going to do, I'll show you a couple of different ways that I could fix it. I'm going to grab this. Grab one of these. Actually, I just grabbed one of these. We don't need all those there. And one of these guys. I'm also going to grab one more thing. That I want this. Let me look. What color is this again? This is pine needles. All right. These are Distress watercolor pencils. Oh, here we go. I'm going to also grab out the pine needles colored pencil. And if I was by myself, this is the exact same thing I would do. I'd be pulling all these things out and then figuring out what I was going to do to fix it. So really what I need to do, I need to fill in the rest of that 3, right? The easiest way, I think for me, is going to be to do that with that colored pencil. But you might not have that exact pine needles colored pencil. So let me see if I can fix it with this, and then I'll show you some other things that you could do. Hello, Zen Girls 3 lurking. Yeah, I'm really glad I put the green there, even though that happened. Things happen, right? So I need to just look to see what that looks like. It looks like, actually, if I look at it this way, it'll be a lot easier to see because I'm trying to look at it backwards. Here's my 3, all right? So comes up about right here. Right there. I'm going to color that in. And then it looks like it comes down. This part kind of comes up right there. Color that in. And then this part comes straight across. Kind of color that in. And then it kind of just goes about right here to a point. Right? Kind of like a little nose sticking out there. All right, so that's probably the easiest way for me to fix it because I have the pencils, right? Now, if you don't have the pencils, here's something else that you could try. When you look at it closely, I mean, you can see I did something to it, right? But not really. So if I didn't have the pencils, this is what I would try. And I'll just kind of play with this over here to show you. Because I think it's important that we talk about these things. So I know sometimes you are afraid to stamp. You're like, I'm afraid to stamp because I'll mess up. And okay, Lael, you just messed up. So, okay, expert, how are you going to fix that? So I'm going to try to make that happen again, where I'm going to put something underneath it. Let's see if we can make it happen again. Nope. Because let me see, let me try again. I don't want to press as hard. Of course I can't make it happen. All right, so let's just pretend that was our stamp. And there's kind of a splotch right here on our 3, right? And we were like, oh, but Lael, I really like that to be complete. So the next thing I would try, I would either take like a little Q-tip and get some ink on my Q-tip and try to paint that in. So I could, just come over here and try to paint that in. Now it's going to look weird because this is going to be way darker, right? But I could paint it in with my Q-tip. That could work. I could also, I don't even know what this is. It's like a little pipette thing. I could take that and try to color it in. This gives me a little bit more control than probably a Q-tip. So I could work with that to color it in. Or I could take a very small paintbrush. Now, I'm not adding water to it. I'm just taking a very small paintbrush. And this is the thing where this paintbrush cannot be a paintbrush from like the dollar store, right? And there's a time and place for a paintbrush at the dollar store. But those bristles, they're just not going to work. So you want a little bit of a nicer paintbrush. And then you could try to come in and paint the color in. All right. So there's 4 different ways that we could have fixed that little boo-boo. I'm getting there, but it looks odd because this is so much darker than our stamp. All right. But you can always fix it, right? You can always fix it. And what we saw when I wrote the wrong word, what we saw there was if push came to shove, I could just take another sheet of, I wouldn't even need to take another sheet of this. I could just take this, stamp it again, and adhere it right over the top. You can always fix it. Always, always, always fix it. Or the other thing is you can leave it, right? You don't have to fix it. I mean, it wasn't horrible. You could just leave it. Some people are not weird like me. I like things to have a really nice, solid impression. But there was nothing wrong with the way that it looked. Okay, so now let's continue on with our 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, better clean this guy first. Mary Pat. Oh, you guys are talking about sourdough. I love that. That conversation's been going for a while, hasn't it? That's so fun. That is so fun. All right, so then it's easy. The easiest thing for me is to make my list, right? But you know what? This is all part of, it's all part of the fun. I love to play. I love to experiment. Some of my lists have photos. Some of them don't. I would say more often my lists don't have photos because sometimes if I'm trying to find the perfect photo, I'm like, I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. So I just don't use a photo. Now, we could possibly have the same thing happen again. And you know what? There's not really anything that we can do about it. And again, it's because we have, well, you know what we can do? Watch. If I gently, let me just gently peel this up, lift that up. Then we'll put that right there. There we go. Now I'm not going to have it happen. Oopsie. Yikes. Now I won't have that happen again because there's nothing for it to run into. No mistakes, just happy accidents. Absolutely. Hello, Steph. Steph, where are you? Are you still in, you were Germany, right? I think. I know that you're probably not here in the US because you say sad to miss so much of tonight's session. Somewhere in Europe, if I remember right. There you go, Mary Pat said, I just call it the vintage look when I don't get solid crisp image. Exactly, right? You don't even have to fix it. We do want to use our pencil board again because we still have things over here that have happened. So let's slide that in real quick like that and come in with our 6 through 10. Okay. It should work better now, right? Should. Oh, you can't see part of that. That's okay. There we go, right? Yeah. I love that green. I'm so glad I used green. I'm so glad I talked myself out of doing black because that's where I was headed. But it needs more color, right? We've got color over here. We need the green over there. It would have been too plain Jane. Okay, so I saw someone do something. I don't even know when it was. I saw someone do something. Gosh, what was her name? I don't know her name, but her Instagram name. I don't remember. Anyhow, I saw her use the stamp set, and I thought, ooh, you know what? I like what she did there, so I'm going to do the same thing. She basically wrote her little things right here, whatever she was doing, and then kind of made little lines to write her little things on. So that's what I'm going to do. But I should probably, I don't know if I should write the lines first or add the lines after. I guess I'll add the lines after. So one of the top 10 things was the Rockefeller Center and the Christmas tree. You better believe we went there. No, we didn't go inside the Rockefeller Center, but the Christmas tree. I mean, I don't know. This is what I always associate it with. If you watch the Today Show, then you know about the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree because they're always showing it. They're always showing the people ice skating. I will tell you what, that ice skating rink is so teeny. It is so teeny. I had no idea. But yeah, we did that. Took a picture in front of it. There's a zillion people. A zillion people. Like seriously, there's so many people. And so you got to get strategic and you got to ask somebody to take your picture. If you don't want every picture to be a selfie, you just got to be brave and say, hey, would you take a picture? And my trick is always, hey, I'll take a picture of you. And then will you take one of us? And people are always like, oh yeah, sure. All right. Oh, and this was a glimmer from the trip. We went to see, one of the things we did, this will be on my list. We went to see the Rockettes and, cute little family, mom, dad, and 2 cute little girls. And they wanted to take a picture in front of this big Rocket 100th anniversary sign. And so the mom and the little girls go over and the dad said, go there and I'll take your picture. And here I'm thinking, oh my gosh, Dad, you have to be in that picture with your family. So I said, hey, would you like me to take your picture so you could all be in it together? And the mom and dad looked at me and they're like, really? You would do that for us? And I'm like, yeah, give me your phone. I mean, so you never know. Glimmer moment, right? The glimmer moment, because I'm looking at this cute family thinking, oh, that's so sweet. And then I gave them a glimmer moment by saying, you know what, Dad, you have to be in the picture. Let me take the picture for you. And then I get a glimmer moment back because they're both like, really? You would do that for us? Yeah. So I don't even know how I started on that line of thought, but okay. Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. One day we had a late lunch, relaxing lunch at Bryant Park. All right, so now I'm going to see if my little lines are going to keep working here. We'll see. Now that I've started it, I kind of need to continue, right? And I'm deciding to do the lines after, because I think it will be too hard to know how long the line needs to be and all that before. All right, number 3. Oh, Magnolia banana pudding. 3 words. Magnolia banana pudding. Magnolia Bakery. Famous, famous, famous. Line almost going around the block. Crazy. They make this banana pudding that is out of this world, and it has big chunks of bananas in it, and then like banana cake or something in it. Oh, so good. So good. We went twice, 2 different days, not the same day. I mean, doesn't matter, right? Magnolia, I'm going to say this, banana pudding, like famous. Like if you Google it, you'll see tons of it. Banana pudding from Magnolia. And we met the nicest young man standing in line the second time, right after we'd gone to the Rockettes. This young man, because we're standing in line for a while to get in. He is working on Wall Street, graduate of Arizona State University from Colorado, snowboarder. I mean, we were standing in line for a while. But you guys, he's like, oh my gosh, my job. Because we have a friend, very dear friends, whose son did that out of college. It's brutal. It is brutal, brutal, brutal. I mean, they work them to the bone, like 12, 15, 18-hour days, 7 days a week. And I'm like, oh boy. I said, I feel for you. I know it's really hard. And I said, are you going to be able to go home for Christmas? And he's like, no. And so we just met this nicest boy. And then we went inside and I said, let us buy whatever you're buying. And he goes, no, I'm taking a bunch of stuff back to our apartment that like 54 guys live in. I mean, not really, but kind of. And we have a couple hours off. They gave us a couple of hours off and we're watching the football game. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I should have just done it anyway. But anyhow, I like to talk to people. And that might surprise you. I like to talk to people when we travel. Nick's like, oh my gosh. Another one. The New York Public Library on Fifth Avenue. It is the most gorgeous, beautiful old building. Now, Fifth Avenue is like where all the super shishi department stores are. So you're just like in this really, high-end area. The library is fantastic. Just the architecture. And it's not even really like that building is not even like a real library that it's a research library. But so beautiful. I would encourage you, especially if you like books and architecture, to go if you were ever there. But the gift shop there, holy cow. Carrie, neighborhood Magnolia. So you are like, well, it's right in the center of things, just off of Times Square. It is, it's very near Rockefeller Center. So if you're in that area or if you're going, reach out and I'll tell you all kinds of things to see there. All right, number 5. Oh, of course, the Christmas windows, the Christmas window displays on Fifth Avenue. Christmas. They're something to behold. Christmas window displays on Fifth Ave. I will tell you though, if you do not like crowds, you probably don't want to do any of these things in December. There's a lot of people, a lot. And so, yep. But that was one of the reasons. So there are a couple things about going to New York, this area, Christmas time, reason they were on my bucket list. That was Rockefeller Center was one. The Christmas window displays are out of this world. Another thing that we did, this was tough. This was really tough. The 9/11 Memorial and Museum. Just wow. That's all I can say. Wow. Tough because of the subject matter. But years ago, Nick and I were in Washington, D.C., and we went to the Holocaust Museum. And it's kind of like that. The subject matter is incredibly difficult, but it is just, there are things in our country's history that we really want to see. And even though they're tough, that was really important that we did that. We really wanted to do that. And amazing. The memorial outside is with the 2 pools from one for each tower. And then the museum is just wow. This is something I never thought I would do ever in a million years. $1.50 street pizza, folded in half to eat. Some things you need to know about Lil. I do not eat anything without a fork. Anything. I mean, pudding I would eat with a spoon, but you know what I mean. So when I eat pizza at home, I have a fork and a knife and a plate and all the things. So this was after the 9/11 Memorial Museum. We went back kind of near our hotel was right near Times Square. And just down the street from our hotel, these are all over the place. These little, little $1.50, you get piece of pizza for $1.50 in a building, right? And so we're like, we should do that. It was late. We hadn't eaten lunch. We should do that. Walked in. There's nowhere to sit. You're standing at a counter. And we got $1.50 slices of pizza. And I folded it in half and I ate it with my hands. That was so much fun. It was really fun. So we have a photo of that, me eating one of those. But so totally different things. Lots of different things in the top 10 of our list. Seeing Death Becomes Her on Broadway. Because I used to go to New York a lot for business, I've seen lots of shows on Broadway. Because Nick had never been to New York before, he had not seen any. And so we're like, of course, we have to see a show. And that was a good show. That was fun. Lots of fun. Rockettes. The Rockettes were pretty special. Another bucket list item for me. So seeing the Rockettes. At Christmas, because then it's a Christmas show, also happened to be their 100th year anniversary. So that was pretty cool. If you're not familiar with the Rockettes, they are 38, I want to say, 38 dancers. And they are most known for, they're very talented and they do all kinds of dancing, but they're most known for their leg kicks, their line kicks. So they're all lined up in a line, 36 or 38 of them, and they all have like their arms around each other and they do these high kicks. And it's 100% in unison and it is awesome. It's very cool. All right, number 10 was, this was magical. Even though it was so freaking cold, I can't even tell you. Central Park in the snow. Magical. One of the neatest things about that was that Nick and I both kind of commented on. That was so cool that would never even really occur to us. It's snowing there. And people that live in the city, they don't have yards, right? They live in a high rise or they live in an apartment building, or right? They don't have yards. The amount of little kids in the Central Park building snowman, that was like the coolest thing because, we've lived in Utah forever. Nick's lived here all of his life and we have a yard, we have yards. So our kids always could build snowmen in the yard. But it was just so cool. Like here's a dad and his little boy and they've walked to the park and they're building a snowman. So that was just really cool. All right, so I think the only thing that I think I need to fix, this little piece right here is getting lost. So I think that I might. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to build this little box around here. All right, so I build a little box. Now, this is what I do when I am doing this. Because there's so much writing going on that sometimes things get lost. And if I want something to really stand out, I put a box around it and then I color it in with a colored pencil. So when you see this, you see right away, you don't have to read. Bagel Market, Bryant Park, New York Public Library, largest marble building in the U.S., gift store, Fifth Avenue, holiday window displays. So your eye automatically is drawn to those things that I wanted to highlight. So if I feel like our New York City top 10 was getting lost, then that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to outline it. I will get that same colored pencil out again, pine needles, and I will outline it and then there we go. Lightly color it in, put it away. And then that will help it to stand out. Then it doesn't really get lost because you're like, what is this list, Lael? And then I lightly just kind of color it in. And now, you don't have to have distress ink or distress watercolor pencils. You have any watercolor pencils and just find a green that works or whatever color that you're trying to match, right? Now, isn't that crazy how now that really pops? That's what you see. Oh, our New York City top 10, and then you read my top 10. Okay, 2 more things I need to do. And oh my gosh, I can't even believe it. I've only done 1 giveaway. I said we were doing 4. So guess what? Time for giveaway number 2. I am going to do 2 more things on this list. They will be quick, and then I'll do our second giveaway. So if you are new or weren't with me earlier, giveaways. Vicky Bowden, look what we're playing with, Vicky. We're having so much fun playing with your gorgeous collection. Hello, my friends. Train of thought. I'm going to do 2 things. We're doing a giveaway. So live giveaways take place in the chat. Make sure you chat away in the chat. I'll do the last 2 things, and then I will come draw our second winner. And if you weren't here before, $25 store credit on the website to buy whatever you want. Well, whatever you want, and I will contribute $25 to that, all right? Okay, so first thing I need to do, I need to date this. So I am going to do a little roller date stamp. Now, here's a little tip. Remember I said I went on this trip, and I only took this little pouch. I only took my little pouch with me, wherever my little pouch went. Oh yeah, I only took my little pouch with me with the things. Well, I could have taken this, but if I took this a lot more, and then if I took, hi Han Ken Plan, how are you? I took this, I mean, if I wanted to use this, I'd have to take this much bulkier, then I'd have to take the ink, right? But not if I prep it ahead of time. If I prep it ahead of time, I don't need to worry about taking any of that with me because look, I just did my little date stamp on all my pages beforehand. All right, so this today is December 20th. No, this New York was not December 20th, but my list is December 20th. So I'm going to use December 20th. All right, I think we should do black because I don't want to, I think I'll do, well, I don't know. Let's see, maybe we do green. Maybe we do the green. Will we like the green down there? Sure, why not? We don't need to overthink it. Sometimes we overthink things way too much, huh? There we go. It is now dated. Now, the last thing I need to do, you know me, you know I like to outline things, and then it looks really weird to me if things are not outlined. So this side isn't outlined, which that's going to drive me crazy. But if you want to write on a photo, there's something really important you need to know. Do not use a regular pen. Do not use a Sharpie. Do not use a marker. You will ruin your pen. If you've ever tried to write on a photo or even a slick surface, right? You'll notice that it just stops working. It just doesn't work. So they're not necessarily meant to write on a slick surface. This pen, if you want to write on a slick surface or if you want to write on a photo, this is the one to do, the Zig Photo Signature, because it is designed for you to write on a slick surface. Hawthorne Taylor, this is what I took on my trip. That's it. This little pouch, this book. If you go back and watch a little bit earlier in the video, the beginning of this list, I talk about how I did that because I did a lot of the decorating ahead of time. I did some stamping ahead of time. I filled some things out ahead of time because I find if you try to take too many things with you, number one, you have a hard time deciding what you might need and where to stop. But number two, and I think this is probably the bigger of the 2 things, at least for me, when you're on a trip, usually the last thing you have time for or want to do at the end of the day is to sit down and spend 2 or 3 hours trying to document the trip, right? So what I have found that's worked best for me, and I have been documenting my trips for probably 20 years, and this is the first time, not this one, but in 2023, it was the first time that I had done this. I prepped a traveler's notebook insert ahead of time. I did some stamping in it ahead of time. I had all the hotel information ahead of time. I had everything in it ahead of time. We went on the trip with a backpack and a carry-on. So I didn't have a lot of room. So I had to just take a little bit. And that was freeing to me because I was able to keep up and do just the minimal amount of documenting. Just basically record the facts and that was it. And then when I got home, when I was ready to take all that information and then really document it. Otherwise, I find it's very difficult. All right, look at though, doing that, that makes that pop. It just kind of finishes it. But that pen, I tell you, makes all the difference in the world. That was our second list, and that's a top 10 list. And this was our top 10 list in New York City. But you do whatever kind of top 10 list you want, right? That's a really easy list to jump in if you want to start creative listing. If you want to start creative listing and you're not sure where to start, there is a free class here linked in the description box of the video that will give you tons of ideas on how to get started. All right. Julie, that makes my heart so happy. I can't even tell you. Julie Williams said, I'm new. I feel like I could do this. Very excited to start, right? Anyone can do this. I say there's only two things you need to do this. Something to write with and something to write on. Beyond that, guess what? You get to decide. You want to use photos? Great. You want to use stamps? Great. All you want to do is add a strip of washi and make a list? Great. You do you. You only need something to write with and write on. It's very approachable. Makes me excited. All right. Let me stop and let's do our little giveaway. But I got to share one little quick story first. You guys, I cried so much on this trip, and it wasn't because I was sad. I don't know. I've been like super emotional the last couple of weeks. I don't know why. But I cried so much on this trip. I cried when we were sitting down for the Rockettes. It was just such a cool experience, and it was a bucket list thing. I cried a little bit at the 9/11 memorial, but that's a different kind of cry. That's just really heavy, right? We were in line at Magnolia Bakery after we went to the Rockettes, and we're in line, and I'm crying, and Nick's like, "What's wrong?" And I'm like, "We're so lucky. We are so lucky." And he said, "You know what? We're not lucky. We have worked incredibly hard our whole life." And I said, "Okay, maybe fortunate. Fortunate is the better word." I said, I just feel so fortunate that, we've worked hard. We've worked really hard our whole lives. And we've saved for things that are important to us, like travel. I just said, so there was a lot of like happy tears like that for me on this trip. Lots of good happy tears. All right. Let me get to the end of the comments. And now I will scroll up. Yes. Blessed, lucky, fortunate. Pam, I think that's a very good point. She said, it's important to count the blessings that we have in our lives, big and small. Absolutely. Okay. I'm scrolling up. The second winner of our $25 gift card is, guess what? It's Beach Gal. Deborah, my finger is right on your comment that says, love the December release. Beach Gal. Deborah, congratulations, my friend. You are our second $25 winner. Deborah, please shoot me an email, layawaymail@gmail.com, in the subject line, whoopsie, in the subject line, please put, I got to remember to put this back, please put $25 credit, and I will add a $25 credit to your account on the website, and you can shop whatever you'd like for $25. All right. Vicky's, you guys, for our last two lists have both been Vicky's collections, which are just beautiful. All right. Okay. Scroll down to the end of the chat. Here's one thing, you guys, about the chat. When I do a giveaway, the chat goes crazy, right? The chat goes crazy, and I get it, right? We all would like a chance to win something. If you didn't win, don't be sad yet. I still have two more to do, all right? So we're going to move on to our fourth and last list of the day. If you put something in the chat that you wanted me to see, I absolutely missed it. Go ahead and type it in the chat again. If you would, please make it all uppercase, because that'll make it easier for me to see. Tabitha said, I also cried seeing the Rockettes this year. I've always wanted to see them since I was a kid and saw Dirty Dancing, and Penny used to be a Rockette, right? I forgot about that. Okay, so I am going to take just a quick minute, and I am going to put away Vicky's products, and we are going to move to our last list. Our last list is a to-do list. And a to-do list, we do a to-do list, usually maybe once or twice a year. And when I say we do one, I do lots of to-do lists, believe me. But documenting a to-do list, like creatively, is a whole other game. And I think it's important to document the basics of life, right? So sometimes we'll document a shopping list. And you might think, well, Lael, that's silly. Why would I document a shopping list? And I would tell you, well, let me tell you. Two reasons. Number one, sometimes I just want to play and I don't want to have to think about what I'm doing. So if I already have a shopping list and we already went to the store, I bring it home and I make a list of all the things that we shopped at the store for, right? The grocery list, basically. And you might think, well, Lael, why would you do that? And I say, well, number one, I wanted to be creative and I didn't have a lot of time to play. So if I just document my shopping list, I can do a little stamping or add some washi or stickers or whatever. And then I was able to scratch my creative itch. But the other reason why you might consider documenting a to-do list or even your shopping list is because it is a snapshot of your exact point in time in life, right? If I document a to-do list when I am getting ready for a new product release, right? That very much tells a different story of my life right now than it did when I worked in software and was on Wall Street, right? When I'd go travel to Wall Street, we'd meet with clients. My to-do lists back then would be very different. My to-do list as a brand new mom would be very different from either of those two times. My to-do list when I was in college would be really different, right? So it's just kind of a perspective. It's like a time capsule. It's a very specific snapshot in your life. And a to-do list, believe it or not, is a really good example of a snapshot of a certain time in your life. All right. So that's our list that we're doing right now. But around Christmas time, some of us have really long to-do lists, right? For me, to-do lists have always been a huge part of my psyche. I've always, probably since I could speak, was writing to-do lists. I mean, not really, but literally, my whole life I've made to-do lists. Because that is a way for me to ground myself. I get very overwhelmed very easily. And anxiety will get the best of me in the middle of the night when I wake up like nobody's business. And if I can take everything that's rumbling around in my head and I can write it down on a to-do list, that it takes away the worry. It takes away the stress. It takes away the anxiety. It lets me write it down. I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'm not going to forget it. I wrote it down. I get it out of my head. It's manageable, right? Sometimes I will cheat a little bit and put some things on my to-do list that I've already done because sometimes you need that. You need that like affirmation. You need that positive affirmation. You need that little hit of dopamine that you get when you do something on your to-do list and you get to check it off, right? So you have my permission to put something on your to-do list that you've already done. Someone called it a ta-da list, right? Ta-da! Hawthorne Taylor said, I prefer to write a ta-da list of what I've actually got done because it makes me feel better. Absolutely, right? We can do mind trickery. It's okay to do mind trickery on yourself, not on somebody else. Okay, so what we are going to do here, let me look at my sketch. I got to remember what I did. I have to always sketch. I know. So guess what? You had no idea what an incredible sketch artist I am. Do you want to take a look at what the sketch for this one looked like? There it is. There's the buildings, there's the ornaments, and there's Nick and Lael. End my list, right? So I am definitely not an artist. But if I can have an idea ahead of time of what I want to do, it makes life a lot easier, especially when I have to think on the fly. If I am trying to on the fly design anything without having an idea in my head, we would all still be here on Tuesday. And you'd be like, well, I don't know. I'd be the only one here on Tuesday. Or some of you would be like, oh, look, she's still there. I'm going to go see if she needs something to eat or something to drink. All right. So my little sketch, my sketch of my third one, this is what this is looking like. This is going to be another 2-page list. I had put this together before. So I'm just going to do one of these little pockets and then I will kind of explain to you what I did. So we're not spending a lot of time on this list because I know we all have other things to probably do this Saturday before Christmas. So 2-page list. Actually, this is a 3-part list for me, and I have 3 pockets. So there are 3 different lists that are going to go in these 3 different pockets. So what I need to grab out, I need to grab this die because I think I forgot to get that die out. And I think I probably forgot to put that die on the list of things that I was using. So let's find it. My back is to you, so I'm going to sound muffled for a minute. Let's see where that is. The die I'm going to use when I find it is, it is the diagonal pocket die. We have, I think, let's see, we have the library pocket die, we have the diagonal pocket die, we have the camera pocket die, we have the envelope pocket die. So 4 pocket dies. With more coming next year. Where the heck is the pocket die? I hate it when I don't put things away in the right place. right? So. I need to find that. So let me look in one more spot, and if I don't find it, I will run downstairs and grab another one. Because that's just silly, Leo. I'm usually pretty good about putting things away in the right place. Maybe I haven't put it away yet. Maybe that's the problem, huh? All right. Well, I see all the other ones. I see the camera pocket die. Okay, I need to take a quick break, friends, and I will go get another one. All right, so bear with me. You know it's going to turn up. All right, let me just do this. This will be a quick, if you need to take a potty break, you need to have something to drink, get a snack, pet a dog, say hello to a child, whatever you need to do. I took a quick sip of water. Hydration's important, friends. So let me go get that guy. Oop, whoopsie. I will be back momentarily. I'm coming up the stairs, but I can't run, because if I run, I'll be out of breath. I'll probably be out of breath anyway, because there's stairs. Oh, golly. My yogurt is still sitting there from breakfast. A bowl. I had like 2 bites, and then I forgot. All right, I grabbed my sample. So here we go. The nested pockets. Yes, very fun, right? Zen Girl said, when you get the warehouse, will you be filming from there or still from the house? I will not be filming from the warehouse. Nick and I are going to look at 2 on Monday. They are about maybe 20 minutes from my house, so not far. But I will be taking one of the rooms downstairs that has a lot of product in it, and that will turn into my new filming studio. I had shared that one of my goals in December was to figure out a more professional filming arrangement where I'm not twisting the camera and doing all the things. So I asked my friend Kathy Zolski, who has been in the industry for a long time, kind of another pioneer. She was very lovely and has given me all kinds of recommendations of different products. So I brought all the products I need, the cameras and everything. And I'm trying to decide right now, do I try to set it up in this room and then take it all down when we move, or wait? So I don't know yet. It's going to take me a little while to then learn it all, because there's software, there's all kinds of things. I'm very excited about it. Oh, yes, Blancha. There will be, Reggie will have his bucket downstairs. But then that way, guess what? You guys, this room, my craft room, and is right, it's right when you walk in our house. And so I have glass doors. And so this room is a mess a lot, and that drives me crazy. So nice thing is that once we move everything to the warehouse, I'll be filming downstairs, and then I can just leave it set up all the time. Won't have to worry about plugging in. Exactly. It's going to be amazing. Yeah. All right. So cross your fingers, friends, that we go and look at these 2 spaces for warehouse, and one works. It's a huge leap. It is a huge leap, right? And expense, right? But it's time. It's time for my business. We've outgrown the house. It just can't be my house anymore. All right. Yes, it's very exciting. All right. So I will show you. I'm going to do one of these, and then I will show you how I did this layered pocket, because it's actually kind of a really fun thing to do. We've done a list this way once this year earlier, and we did that. Halloween, I think it was October. Or there we go. So when you pull all my photos out, you can start to see those 3 layers, right? So pocket, pocket, pocket. They're great for adding your photos to. They're great for adding lists to. They're great if you're doing like a December daily and you want to add like receipts and things. Just kind of a fun way, especially in a small amount of space, right? Small amount of space to add a lot of things. So all using this diagonal pocket die. So let's grab a piece of, let me grab some paper. Oh, it's back over here. So the paper that I had used for this little setup, those are papers from my Dear December collection, those 3. And that's actually a die cut from the collection. So it's a big giant mess in here. Let's do this little guy. Oh, nope, too small. I cut that. So let me find one that is not too small. But I would like to do the presents one because I think that would be fun. Here we go. All right, so when we use this tie, you can use this tie 2 ways. You can use it backwards or forwards. And when I knew I wanted to do kind of a layered like this, and I didn't want to do all 3 the same way, right? I wanted to have one go the opposite way. So I had to kind of get my head around how I would do that. So I'll show you how I did that. Let's start out this way. I need to cut this. Hang on. Move that out of the way. Move these things back in the way. This die is a little teeny bit wider than the machine. It still works, but it's a little teeny bit wider. So I need to make sure that should work. Let me just make my little mark right here. All right, and we'll cut it. Well, it's a little bit teeny wider than the machine I use. All right, we're cutting right there. All right. And it is the raised edges on my die that are making the cut, right? So I want to face down, assuming I want the pocket to be this way. I'll show you what I mean in a second. This will all make sense in a second. We made our sandwich here. So I talked earlier about kind of setting up your sandwich when you're die cutting. I won't go over that again. But if you want more information about that, you can go watch earlier. All righty, let's get that right there. Make sure that's all lined up. You know, it would be really cute too if you have people in your family that do like maybe lists to Santa, maybe, or Christmas lists or Christmas letters to Santa. It'd be fun things to put in your little pocket. All right, let's bring this guy back in. We got to turn it back on and run it through. All right, so we have our pocket. Now I had it kind of run off the edge, so I'm just gonna separate that a little bit. So there's our pocket. Now, when you look at the die, there are little score marks here. So that's making a score mark, that's making a score mark, that's making a score mark. Those are your wings. So your wings, you are just folding in at the score mark, and that is what is going to create your pocket. All right, there we go. And then I would just turn this over, add my adhesive there, there, and there, and put that down. So that is what I did on this one. And that is also what I did on this one. But then I knew I wanted to have one in the middle that went the other way. So do you know what I did? When I set the paper down, I was paying attention to what I wanted facing forward right here, right? So I set this one down because I wanted it to be face up. But if I really wanted this other side, I'd still do it the same way. I would just turn this one around this way. Does that make sense? Sometimes that's harder to explain, but I think that makes sense, right? And then that one goes right there. So same die. You don't need to have two different dies going the same direction. You just cut it the same way. It's just which side of your paper is facing up, because it really only cuts this way. But if I want this other side, then I just fold backwards. All right. So that is what I did with 3 different pieces of pattern paper, and then just adhered them to that piece. And that is what is going to be one of my lists here, or one side of my list. So we'll do this over here, and all I have to do is just go right ahead and adhere that right in. Now, if I was doing this right now and I was making all 3 pockets, there would be really no need for me to put this base on it. But I had done this a couple months ago, so it was just easier for me to continue to use it instead of have us, create all 3. Once you see how I did that first one, then you can see how easy that is. All right, there we go. And then again, that is a die cut from Dear December, and that's a little sticker from Dear December. So there is one side of my spread. Now over here, because my lists are going to go in here, I think what I'm going to do, these 3 lists pertain to something very specific, and they are the to-do things I need to do, or that we need to do for that dinner party that we always host at our house on Christmas, that this year has 30 people. So lots of things associated with that. But I also have other things on my to-do list. So I'm thinking that I might put some things over here, and then those big things are going to be in here. So I think I'll find another piece of pattern paper, and I will probably use one of these because there's a lot going on here. I don't think I want to introduce another pattern over here. I'll just grab one of those. So I'll pull my little pouch out here. Let's see if we've got one of these that are still, although I could use something like that. That would actually probably be fine if I don't have another one. Actually, you know what? I mean, here's the thing. The black would give it, I think the black's going to be too much. It would give it a lot of contrast. Now, those pieces are all too small. So let's see if I have any others that I cut here, that would work. Or if I need to, you know what? I'm just going to do one more of those. Then I've got a little bit of pattern over there. Let's put all this away. When you have a big well, you can see this is a big collection. Dear December's a big collection. Stores very nicely in your little 14 by 14 craft storage pouch. Okay, so now we know we need this piece to be 4 3/4 by 8. So there's our 8. Whoopsie. I need to just take one of those blades off. By 4 3/4. And if I'm adding a background paper like I'm doing here, background paper is always 4 3/4 by 8 because my Traveler's Notebook inserts are 5 by 8 1/4. So it gives me a nice little white border all the way around. Okay, I'm going to round the outside corners here. All right, I'm going to be smart here because I am going to do some stamping up here, right? And did you see how I just looked behind and I went, oh, guess what, Lael? You have die cuts right here. And if you're going to be stamping up in here, you're going to run into a problem where there's too much dimension and you're going to try to stamp and it won't stamp in a certain place because of these high points, right? So we're going to do this. And then we'll do all of our things here and we will go back and add that there. And I might as well use some of that grid paper again because, a little testing on that side, because that is what I had used over here. So let's make this, we'll just eyeball it, but it will probably be close to 3 3/4 by 7 because that's generally what it is when I do that. 3 3/4 by 7. You guys, I'm so glad we did this today. I'm so glad. It has been, for me, it has been the last week has been a lot. Like, it's been too much. It's been too much. Sometimes it happens, right? But it has been too much. And so I really needed today just to play and have fun. Even though my list is about 1,000 miles long of things to do, sometimes you got to be able to put your to-do list out of the way and work on a to-do list. See what I did there? All right. So let's do, I think we will do some, we need to definitely edge here, right? We need to ink the edges because we have white and then part of our background is white. We really need something to help that to pop, right? Oh, Colleen said, oh no, with the new camera setup, I'm going to lose my reminder job in the new year. Colleen, I'll find you a new job. You already have your angel time job too, right? You know that. You know, you're always so good about the things. You know what? Guess what your new job can be, Colleen? It can be, hey, Lael, have you taken a sip of water lately? That's all. Or you can say, hey, Lael, have you smiled lately? That would be a good one too. Although when we're together, I'm smiling all the time, I have to tell you, because I have so much fun. I have so much fun with what we do, you guys. It just makes me so happy. All right. So let me see something. I'm not sure if this is quite going to work. I thought we might work in maybe this little Santa. So this is 12 by 12 sticker sheet from Hard Candy Christmas. Maybe this little Santa could be cute. And the reason why I'm trying to decide beforehand what I'm about to do here, what I want to ink with, because his little pink cheeks, and there's a little pink in, well, there's a little kind of pink here and there's pink here. So do we ink the edges with like a light pink? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if we've got an oxide that might work with. I'm not sure. Not sure if we're going to be able to find that or not. Oh, thank you, Hannah. I'm excited too. The filming setup, it's just going to take a bit, right? It's going to take a bit. Uh-oh. Terry said, now hydrate breaks is my job. And it's also, well, not job. Nobody has a job. You guys are just always so good about helping me and saying, hey, Lael, by the way, have you done this? Have you thought, I don't think we're going to find a good pink here. I really don't. So I think we're not going to end up doing a pink. Yeah, we're not going to find a pink that's even going to become close. So we're ditching the pink idea. That's almost like flesh tone. Maybe we just go with the red. What if we go with the red? So let's go back and look for a red. And if you think red is red, you will see there's so many, look at the different, I didn't really realize how many different tones of red there were until I look at all the distress oxides, because there's a big difference in reds, whether they've got more blue or more orange, or like candied apples, a little bit more orange. Barn door. Oh, we also have to worry about him. Barn door is probably a good one. Crackling Campfire has a lot of orange to it. Festive Berries has a little bit more blue. I think maybe Barn Door might be it. Barn Door it is going to be. Candied Apple, yeah, a little bit too subdued. I think it's Barn Door. Okay, Barn Door. And we might do some red stamping too. So let's see, Barn Door. So first up, we would like to do this. Nancy said, hi, Colleen. I love that new job of asking Lael while she's had a sip of water. That's funny. So saltwater taffy or kitsch flamingo? Yeah, here's the deal. Saltwater taffy is going to look too, I think it's going to look too orangey, pinkish orangey. Saltwater taffy was kind of, I think Tim's a little bit of attempt at maybe doing kind of a peachy color. So it's just not quite right. And then kitsch flamingo is going to give us way too much pink, I think. When we look at, it's a hard one. Pink, especially the pinks here. Pink, if we were just working with this guy, it might be okay to use like a kitsch flamingo, but we've got to then work this in too. So, but good suggestions, totally, absolutely. All right, barn door. There we go. Okay, barn door, here we go. Barn door, here we go. I keep forgetting I need to do a picked raspberry. I have no idea what happened to picked raspberry. Now, I don't know. There's something about red when I stamp. I don't know. It just seems like really harsh. So we'll see if we stamp with it. We probably should though. Here's a funny story. Oh, and this is going to be this will maybe be a little bit teaser at one of the new stamp sets coming in January. There are 2 ink colors that I always recommend that you do not use if you are trying to get a splatter effect. You know, like an ink splatter effect, wink, wink. There are 2 ink colors that I generally stay away from that I learned the hard way. One of them is red. If you are using, I don't know, maybe a stamp set, that's maybe a splatter, and you use red, you know what it looks like? It looks like blood spatter. Blood splatter. The other one that I've also learned the hard way, good idea to stay away from using yellow with a splatter, ink splatter stamp, because you know what it looks like? It looks like cat urine on your paper. So keep that in mind. Footnote that, bookmark it, put it in your brain, and maybe when you see a stamp set coming out, I don't know, maybe in January, having something to do with that, think twice before you use red or yellow. Okay. Public service announcement. Nancy said, I find it hard to source a good solid Christmas green. You know what, Nancy? I will tell you. After having picked greens for a paper collection palette, green is hard, right? Because really what you think I always look at this. I always look at mowed lawn and I always think, that would be the best Christmas green. But you know what? It rarely works with Christmas because it's too light. And then sometimes I work into Lucky Clover is usually too bright. Evergreen Bough sometimes works depending on what it is. Pine Needles sometimes works. Rustic Wilderness sometimes works. It really depends, but it's hard. It is hard to match a green. I agree with you. It's hard to match a green. Again, don't mind the back side of this. This was just me testing stamps before we released them. All right. There we go. That will eventually go here, but not yet because I need a stamp first, right? Oh, we should put this away. So I'm thinking 2 stamps here. I have in my brain and in my little sketch thought we might use 2 stamps. And the 2 stamps I thought we might use are this. Sorry. Totally went somewhere else in my head for a minute. Went somewhere else in my head. Was one of the month-by-month stamp sets for December. Something on here because this is kind of a December to-do list. And then also this one, Things to Do, from the Things to Do stamp set. I mean, that seemed like a no-brainer. If you've not seen this stamp set, this is a fun one. I think we came out with this one in November. Marcia Ferris. I used to work with a woman years ago at AT&T, and her name was Marcia Fetzer, and I always say Marcia Fetzer. Marcia Ferris, one of my creative team members, has done some really fun things with 2 of these stamps. She did a Christmas movies to see and a Christmas books to read. So if you go on the website and you find the Things to Do stamp set, you will see both of her projects. Really fun ideas of things that she did with those movies to see and books to read for Christmas. But it just makes sense. Things to do. We're doing a to-do list, right? Well, why not? That seems like a no-brainer. So now what I need to decide is, am I doing Things to Do up here? And then do I do a December one down here? Or do I do it reverse? Because you can see how wishy-washy I was because I did it one way and then I drew, and then I'm like, oh, no. Oh, I guess I also was going to do it reverse there too. Oh, well, that's fine. So what I was originally thinking was this guy. Now this is really big. So if I use this big one, then what I would likely end up doing was I think it has to be like this. I think it would have to be like this because the reason I would go this way is this is way big. If I go here, this would be super top heavy, right? Big, small. I don't like that. So I would go like this. I would go Things to Do, and then I'd have December. And then probably I won't make any list right here since I don't have a lot of room. I'll just do a little bit about how when things get crazy and stressful and I've got so much to do, the way that I help myself is by making to-do lists. And that this big to-do list is about our annual Christmas party. I think that's what I'm going to do. So now I have some decisions to do here. We kind of have a visual triangle going here. When I say visual triangle, we have this, this, and this, right? So if I incorporate another color over here, what I don't want to do like a red, green, black, that's too like, you know, too like, no, that's not me. So then do I do a green? Maybe I just do green. And then I think that's what I'll do. I think I'll do green because I still have to write here. And if everything over here is black, then that's going to be a lot. So we will do green. I am going to do my outlining. So lots of things get decided here on the fly, but it can't all get decided on the fly. So I always have to have an idea of what I'm going to do first. Or like I said, we'd be here so long. Well, I'd be here so long. You guys would be long gone. You'd be like, you know what? Nobody got time for that, lady. I don't have time for you. All right, green. But now, guess what? Now we've got to figure out our green. So there's really two different greens happening here. We have the green here and we have the darker green on the leaves. So I know I can't match that green. I know. So I think I need to go with the darker. I think we'll go rustic wilderness and I think it'll be okay, even though that's a totally different green. It is what it is. So we're going to trade pine needles for rustic wilderness. And that is why you'll need more than one green, at least in my book. And more than one red, and you know, you can always start with one and then work your way beyond that. All right, so we need a stamping block that will be the right size. That works for that. And then I think we're going to pull out where I just saw that. Where's the circle? Where's the circle? Don't you hate that? I visualized, there's something in my head. I saw that somewhere. Where did I see it? If I was the circle stamping block, where would I be? Well, I will just use a different one. All right, so things to do. Let's do things to do first up here at the top. And we need to test. Where is that? Gosh, I hate it when you have like a vision. You're like, I know I saw that. I know I saw it. Where did I see it? That nice and inked up. That, you know what? It is what it is. We just don't have a lot of choices for green. So that's what it's going to be. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine and dandy like a hard candy. Oh, wait. Is it okay? Wait. We might be okay. Hold on. We might be okay. Hold on. We might be okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're back. Okay, good. We're back. I don't even know what happened. All of you guys that put out oh, look, there's Reggie in a bucket. We're back. We're back. We are back. Okay. Oh, you guys. So I'm sure what happened was I'm holding the phone out because I'm like, I got a internet. All right. So let's do this. Let's just rotate again. You just wanted to see Reggie. Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Is this going to work? Okay. Hold on. Hold, please. Hold, please. Oh, there I am upside down. That's lovely. Okay. Hold, please. Gosh darn it. We're okay. At least we've got something again, right? Okay. So hold on. Normally it would be like this. You're going to get a real close up of me really quick. Okay. So normally it would be like this. Now I just have to rotate it. I think we're good. So let me unplug. Oh, golly, right? Now we're going to rotate. Okay. So hold on and we'll be good again. He's not outgrowing the bucket. He has never really fit in the bucket. But one thing about cats, let's see, it might be upside down for a minute. So hold on. Just hold. Oh, yeah, hold on. Okay. I know it is. It's okay. It's okay. I put it in backwards. But at least we have something. So hold on. Don't anybody go anywhere. Don't anybody go anywhere. Don't anybody go anywhere. I got it. Hold on. I got it. I think I got it. Yes, I got it. Oh, Lord. Don't go anywhere. Hold on. Are we good? Let's just make sure. Are we back? Can we see me? Can we hear me? Am I here? Oh my goodness, my nerves. My nerva. My nerva, my nerva. All right, we're good. We're good. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Here's the deal, you guys. I didn't want us to end that way because this is the last time we'd see each other before Christmas. So we're okay. Clean it. Yeah, I'm sure. I think we're better. I think we were seeing the front. So I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah. That was the camera for a minute. Just, you guys just know your Christmas present next year is going to be a whole new filming setup. Okay, that's going to be your Christmas present. Okay, yeah, that was just the back. That was the other camera. All right, so we're just going to continue. All right, friends, we're just going to continue. The internet is not Lil's friend today. No one is even here to do anything. So, all right. All right, I've missed all kinds of things in the chat, so I'm just gonna keep going. Let's just keep going. We're gonna still play and have fun because I'm still gonna stay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna still play and have fun, and then we'll end at some point. We will end at some point. Okay, now I am using this December stamp, which again, things have been crazy. So whenever I used that last, I did not clean it off, which I know I need to clean it off now before I use it, or else I will not be happy. Let's come in here, just clean it off. Way easier. Now I have to use elbow grease to get it clean, right? And if I clean it off right after I used it, it would just wipe right off. You can hear it making the noises. And then, because I am going to use this again right away, it's such an important part of the process, I can't even tell you, you need to dry it off before you ink it. If you do not dry it off before you ink it and you're using a Distress Oxide ink, Distress Oxide inks are water reactive and it's going to do something really funky with Rustic Wilderness that I am not going to be happy with, all right? So there we go. I'll clean, I'll dry. Let's ink this guy up. You may notice sometimes I am applying the ink pad to the stamp and other times I am applying the stamp to the ink pad. When I start to get in a larger stamp, I feel like I have a lot more control placing the ink if I apply the ink to the stamp. So that's what I'm doing. And there's really no right or wrong way to do it, but it's just one of those things that the more you do, the more that automatically, that just kind of happens for me. And it's not going to hurt it if you do it the other way, but sometimes if I do it the other way, I end up with a lot of overspray, right? Ink where kind of on the rest of the stamp or on the stamping block. Okay, that's it. So I didn't really talk about these. If you haven't seen these, this is one of 12 in the month-by-month stamp series. January through December, as you could probably guess. But they all have the exact same design, except the words are different, right? January, February, March. But they all have the exact same design. So the nice thing there is you have some continuity. If you want to do it in a planner, or you want to do it in a scrapbook page, or you want to do it in your lists, you can have some continuity from month to month because they're different words, but all the same artwork. Fonts and things, fonts and designs and things. All right. They also come in a bundle of all 12. One thing I shared when we released these in November. Okay, one thing I shared when we released these in November is that these are not going away. So I had said, I don't want anybody to panic buy and think, oh my gosh, I better buy these before they sell out because I can't just buy January and February right now or else I'll end up with 2 months and not the rest. We will carry these all throughout the year, so don't worry. But they also come in a bundle if you want to get them now. All right, now I need to deal with that, right? And sometimes things happen. I didn't get enough ink there or whatever I did. So we will go back to our... I think what I'm going to use for this one is one of those little pipette things. So if I just pick up some ink, because I can get a lot of control out of that. Add my ink on that little guy and just kind of come in and paint it. And I'm doing it really gently. All right, so I fixed the B, and now you can see the E, right? You can see the E, and so you see it before, and then you'll see it after, and you'll be like, oh, okay, that wasn't too bad. I'm probably sitting here with my tongue out, you know? Sometimes when you're concentrating, do you stick your tongue out? One of our boys, and maybe it was Sam, I don't remember, used to, I don't think when he, Sam, when he played lacrosse, sometimes he'd be running with his tongue out, which is dangerous, you know? All right, there we go. Fixed it, right? No one's ever going to know. No one is ever going to know that happened. Okay. And then I don't keep like 72 of these. I don't keep one for every color, just because, you know, they're kind of disposable things. All right. So now I am going to add a little black line here. Actually, I'm going to do two. I'll add a little black line here. And this is just going to be a visual separator between my title and my writing. And then I will also do one above here, but I feel like I should turn this upside down so I can really see what I'm doing. I'm basically going to frame whatever I'm writing here now. But just really frame it on the top and the bottom, not on the left and the right. Okay, like that. Now, if we, let's bring this back over here, like this. And don't worry, there's going to be black over here because my writing will be black over here, but we can figure out a way to bring in a little bit more black. I just did feel like it was going to be way too much black if all of this was black and my writing was black because, you know, it's Christmas, not Halloween. Oh, yes, where this little guy, got to remember this guy. Where is he going to go? Maybe he goes right here. I think that works. I think he can go here because I don't want to put him in here anywhere. And up here, there's too much, right? He overpowers my title. So he's kind of the same size down here as my little thing down here. So I think we'll put him there. And then I need to add something more up here because there's a lot. This is really bottom heavy, right? So up here, I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to add a sticker from, we will add one of these guys, right? Because we have this here, this here, this here. We'll add a little holly berry, not Halle Berry, holly berry. Right, there we go. That kind of rounds things out a bit, right? Oh, it's cute. It's cute. Okay, so now what I'm writing here is, oh, I just remembered something. Did I see on here, did we have, hold on, looky here, to-do list. Nah, we don't need that. Okay, so I am going to say this. To-do lists have always been a huge part of my life for as long as I can remember. Sometimes putting what's rambling around in my head and causing stress and anxiety down on paper is the only way I can function. when it comes to Christmas and our annual Christmas dinner party, the to-do list is a must. All right, so I didn't have any of that planned out ahead of time. I just, off the top of my head. But I knew kind of what I wanted to say, right? And once I saw on paper, I mean, I had sketched that out before. I knew that I wanted to put both of those there. But when I actually did that and saw that that didn't leave me a lot of room, I had earlier said maybe I do a few things on a to-do list there. It would just be too much. So I just kind of think off the top of my head and make it fit and make whatever, you know, once I get down to here, I'm like, oh, I need to leave a little bit of white space. I better end there. And I ended there. All right, so there we go. That is the side of that list. Now, my to-do lists, and these will make sense in a sec, will fit in those little pockets. You could have, maybe you have shopping lists, maybe you have things to go in stocking lists, maybe you have food that you need to make lists. So you could have, if you didn't want to have 8 different lists in your traveler's notebook or in your December daily, because things like this you could absolutely do in your December daily, which is probably, you know what I'll end up doing? I'll probably be taking this exact same thing and doing it again in my December daily. Putting all your lists together for the holidays and using pockets or something like that where you can make them fit together, it makes it really easy. All right, so I have 3 lists and I will use more of, maybe I will use that now instead of the grid. And I need more of those, so this is the lined version of the grid paper, just, you know, lines. So I think I probably need 3 of those. So these come in 6x8 and 12x12. So if I had a 12x12 sheet up here, I would for sure use the 12x12 sheet because it would be way, actually, hang on. I'm thinking, I think I have one in here. It would make a lot more sense. Oh yeah, look. There's the 12x12 version of the grid and there's the lined, all right? So it makes more sense for me to use the 12x12 because I can cut the 12x12 down and get my 3 lists out of it instead of having to use 3 of those 8.5x11 sheets. So let's pop these back in here. Well, we won't pop them there. We'll just throw them in. All right. So now let's see how wide these can be. And they can't be super wide, right? And also, they all can't be super tall because if they're all tall, then you would only see this one pocket. So I need to have kind of like layered, they can only be so tall, right? So what if, let's see, excuse me, if this guy is about that much, let's just cut it and see. It'll be faster if I cut it and see, and if I need to trim it a little bit, I can. All right. Those are going to be about, it's just about 3 3/4. Ugh. Dang it. It's that other little, need to get that other little blade out of there. You probably can't see what I'm doing because I'm way back here. All right, let me get back in view. Let's get back in view here. All right, all right. So here's my little guy. This is my short list. Do I have a short list? That's going to be interesting because I don't think I have a list that's super short. That guy can go there. It'll be fine. I didn't want it to be really higher over here, but I'm going to put a little tab there, so that's okay. So the width that we have, oh look, this guy can go here, and he should probably cut off right about, I guess if we do it the same way, he should probably cut off right about here. So that will be about All right, so we have 5 3/4 by 3 3/4. That's our first or second one. 5 3/4 by 3 3/4. That guy will go there. This one is 3 3/4 by 3 3/4. That's pretty much a square. And then our last guy will be 3 3/4, right? 3 3/4 by, let's see. Yes, I'm going to put tabs on. Yep. All right, let's see how just where we want this guy to stop. Oh, I know what I did. Guess what I did there? When I made, no, it's okay. I thought I had actually, I worried that I had adhered the bottom of that pocket. I had not. It just, I got to work it to get. Okay, so it ended there. And if this guy is also going to have a tab, it probably needs to end right about here. So we need to cut it out right here. So let me get this guy cut, and I will tell you what the length of all three are. The width of all three is the same. It's 3 3/4, but the length is obviously going to vary. So our tallest one is 7. Tallest one is 7. Our second tallest one is 5 3/4, and then our smallest one is 3 3/4, and they're all 3 3/4 wide. All right, so this is basically what we have. 1, 2, 3. All right, so now I need to be thinking here. What is going? I know what needs to go on these lists. I know what can go on this one. So my 3 lists. It's like my 3 sons. My 3 lists. I just really dated myself when I said that, didn't I? Did you guys ever used to watch My 3 Sons? It's like, I think it was about Leave It to Beaver around that era too. All right. So this one, what's going on my 3 lists? 1 is the people that are invited, like the invite list. The second one is the food list, the food that's getting made and who's bringing it or who's making it. And then the third one is the grocery list. I bet you can decide which is which here. Grocery list on here. And that's going to go on both sides because it's going to be a lot. It is a lot, even though we don't make even though Nick doesn't make everything that we eat. Other people bring things. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a big grocery list because Nick makes prime rib and a turkey and mashed potatoes and stuffing and this yummy horseradish sour cream for the prime rib. Anyhow, all right. So this one, let's get our little tabs. Let's make our tabs. So tab wise, I need another stamp set. It is a stamp and die set. So this little guy. And let's decide what color we'd like to do this. Oopsie. If we are right here, like that, right? And this guy, let's see, we've got to kind of figure out because we need something that is, I think we need to go with red because red will really show here, it'll show here, it'll show here. If we use green, it's going to get lost in all this. So we're going to do red. And we will do it on, I think we need white cardstock. I don't think we want to use line or grid. I think it's just going to be too much. So let me grab a little bit of white cardstock here. And this is one of those things earlier when we were talking about like doing your, not your pockets, but when we were talking about something like this, when we were doing this guy, your bits and pieces of joy or your glimmers. If you're going to get your stamps out, if you're going to get your dies out, it kind of makes sense to do a whole bunch of them. Now, I won't do a whole bunch today because, nobody wants to watch me, make 85 of these. But do yourself a favor. Once you got everything out, do a whole bunch of these in different colors and die cut them out. So next time you need a die, your little tab, you just go to your little envelope of the tabs that you've made, and then grab the color you need. I think it makes a lot of sense to do that. Whoopsie. I mean, it doesn't matter that it's crooked, but I really only need 3, right? So I used barn door for that. And let's just make this easy. I won't even use my trimmer. Hello, Laura Lee. Nice to see you. Laura Lee is Rosie Posey Studio. Also a creative team member. You know what? You guys know what's so cool? I don't even tell them that I do Saturdays. I mean, they know, I guess, but they don't have to be here. I don't say, hey, listen, it'd be really awesome if you'd pop in. They just pop in. Isn't that cool? I love that. I love that. Okay, now let's make our little sandwich again. Oh, golly. What a mess. Let's do this because we still have 2 more giveaways, right, you guys? Let's do, while I'm doing this little die cutting, let's do our 3rd giveaway. And again, if you have just joining us, this is for oh, golly, let's get that put away. This is for oh, right, guess what? There's also a die set that goes with the to-dos. My mind is like a pinball machine today. The giveaway is for a $25 store credit. So you can buy whatever you'd like on the website with $25. And the way that you participate, you just leave a comment in the chat. Chat away. It's a live giveaway, so you need to be here to participate. You need to be live, but go ahead and chat away. I will do these 4 little die cuts, and then I will stop what I'm doing. I will let my fingers scroll up in the chat, and I will draw a winner. All right, we've got my sandwich. That's just my little shim, little metal shim. Sometimes I usually actually always have a shim in there. It just adds a little bit more thickness, and I find it just gives me a better cut. So I always have a little shim in there. These are all just pieces that come with this machine. All righty, on. Oops, got to put it in before you hit run, Lil. Yeah. I know, hopefully if you're here still watching, you would enjoy a store credit, right? Hopefully. All right, there's 1 down, 3 to go. Actually, we only need 2 more. Number 2. Pick me, pick me, pick me. Carrie, we have gotten a lot done today. We are just finishing our 4th list. And we also had, okay. So let's talk about what happened there. I went too fast and I wasn't paying close enough attention and I didn't really line it up. So it's actually a good thing I ended up doing 4. Let's pay a little bit more attention there, Lael, how you're lining that up. If my mat was not magnetic, this is a magnetic mat that comes with this machine, so my die stays in place. If my mat was not magnetic, if I was using a different machine and I did not have a magnetic mat, I would want to tape that die in place so it didn't move around. And tape, like washi tape, right? Something super simple, but you wouldn't want that die to move around. But it's not moving around because this one is magnetic. My little mat here is magnetic. All righty. Here is number 4. But really, I just give myself an extra one. Zen girls, your wish list is long. You know what? It's good to have a long wish list, right? Oh, Amy, that's a good point too. Highlighter tape would also be great for holding down your die. Okay, when you're working with your little dies, also your stamps, do yourself a favor, put them away right away. You know, because the last thing you want to have happen is get all excited about using a stamp or a die, and then you go and it's not on the sheet, and you're like, oh my gosh, what happened to it? And next thing you know, it's you know, because it's metal, maybe it magnetized to something in your craft room or in your car, or I don't know where it would be, in your purse, but yeah, put them away. Okay. Alrighty, that now goes with the, where did it go? Oh well, we'll just throw it off to the side. I really would love to have a Vanna White or really I would love to have like we're in surgery and I'm the surgeon and I say, scalpel, please. And I use the scalpel. The person hands me the scalpel and then I say, okay. And I hand it back to them. Then they deal with it and they put it all away. Wouldn't that be awesome? It'd be so awesome. I need to audition for, no. That would be a mess. That would be a mess. You'd have to live here and then come see me all the time and then listen to me babble on. And, you couldn't be working on something because I'd need to say scalpel and you'd need to know where the scalpel was. And then when I said forceps, you'd need to know where they were. And if you were working on something else, then we'd be in trouble. Now, I didn't do two-sided. I may have to come back and add the second side later because if I end up going on to the second side, then I should have just done more. It's okay. I'll show you I'll use the bad one. The crooked one here. Right? Because if I'm going to do something on the other side, I probably need a tab on the other side because it won't look very nice. That was also a piece of scratch cardstock. That's why it's got something on the back. All right, so just that little one will have a back to it. But all right, so there's our first one. It will go nicely in there. And then our second one, I want to put our second one over on the other side, right? So they're not all, right above each other. Yeah, I would do two. So if you have the stamp and die or whatever you're doing, I would do two. I do one for the front and one for the back. I think it just makes sense. All right, now this guy will go right here. And if I wanted to be all cutesy, I could put one of the word strip stickers. But here's the thing. Then we don't really know what the list is, okay? Okay, so these are the dishes. Dishes, I guess. Food dishes? Dishes? Does that make sense? This really isn't like dishes of, it's not like dishes of like China dishes, but it's more like, dishes. Oh, wait, I forgot to do, okay, stop. I forgot to do the giveaway. Stop, Lael. You guys need to remind me. Ms. L said, I think it's close enough. And I don't know what she was referring to, but Ms. L, you are the winner. So Ms. L, please send an email to laelbymail@gmail.com. And in the subject line, put $25 credit, and I will send you, or I will actually add to your account on the website a credit. So for $25. So here we have food, people, groceries. Then it doesn't really work. Like food, dishes, eats, groceries. I know this can say groceries because that makes sense. I know we need groceries. Well, obviously, but I'm going to have a grocery list. This is the people list. So if this was groceries and this is people, what would this one say? Friends, help me out. I got to scroll to the bottom of the chat so I can see. What would this one say? Groceries, people, guests. Yeah, so what would this one say? The label. So this would say guests. But this would say, what is it? Dishes. What is it? Menu. Laura Lee to the rescue. Guests. Perfect. Okay. So the menu. This is Nick's chicken scratch. So I have on this list the invitees and also the menu. This is from the past year. Basically, the menu is always the same thing. So we have, for the menu, we have, and I will also do this. Actually, I'm going to do this first. Prime rib, and then we have turkey. Whoopsie. We have green beans. We have mashed potatoes. We have cream. Horseradish. We used to have a horseradish plant in our backyard just for this. We don't anymore though. Rolls. Sweet potato casserole. Cranberry sauce. We have the Concar family clam dip and chips. Oh, it's so good. Clam dip. Now we're like in the appetizer range here. I am doing my, yes, and this is actually me that does this. I am doing my my Borson cheese app. Borson appetizer. We also have, oh, I forgot the stuffing. So what I was thinking I was going to do, I thought, but I needed to wait, that I would write who is bringing it or making it, but I don't have room. So that's why I waited. So stuffing, we have another app. Appetizer number 3. And then we have, my sister is in town, always fun. Ginger. Ooh, ginge bee. Oh well, gingerbread trifle. I forgot some letters there. I forgot the ER. Gingerbread trifle. She makes the most amazing gingerbread trifle. It's so good. And then we have dessert number 2. And then we have dessert number 3. And then we have red wine. We have white wine. We have H2O. And we have lemonade. All right, that's 30 people. 30 people. So it's a lot of food, right? The prime rib is ginormous. All right, so this little guy will now go in here. So now, not only does this become kind of a fun, memory, this is part of what we do every year, but we can also like go back to this every year and be like, what do we make again? Or what was part of the grocery list? We need to make sure we don't forget. All right, so the grocery list is not ready. So I can't do grocery list. I don't even know. I mean, we need turkey. Hopefully Nick's already bought a turkey. But guess what? I probably told him 2 weeks ago, hey, Nick, you probably better go get a turkey. And he's probably like, oh, I'll be fine. And now, I don't know, how many days before Christmas do you think we're going to be able to find a turkey? I sure hope so. I sure hope so. All right, so guess, this is what I can do this. Oh, the mail lady's here. Mail lady is going to make me want to cry. I can't even tell you what happened yesterday. I won't, because I'd have to tell you the whole rest of the story. And it's, anyhow. All right, our guest list. So we have Nick, Leo. We have Sam. We have Sam's girlfriend, Lena. We have my mom. We have my sister. We have Maria, one of Nick's sisters. We have Jace, one of Maria's sons. We have Owen. Owen is Sam and Jace's and Seth, another nephew, roommate, and he doesn't have anywhere to go on Christmas, so he gets to come to our house because we're that kind of family. We don't want anyone to be left out. So Maria, Jace, Owen, and then we have Jocelyn. That is Maria's daughter. We have Seth, Maria's son. We have Seth's girlfriend, Brooke. We have Nick's brother, Dave. Nick's brother's wife, sister-in-law, Lori. We have Nick, who is their son, our nephew. We have Lauren, their daughter. We have Carson, their daughter's boyfriend. We have Nick's other sister, Lisa. We have Lisa's husband, Brian. We have Lisa's friend Steve, who has been coming for, I don't know, at least more than half of the years that we've done this. And we think this is about year 18. Lisa, Brian, Steve. Then we have our friends, Carrie, Karen, his wife. We have their daughter, Helena. Then we have their other daughter, Julia, and her boyfriend, Max, who will be in town. Woo! Oh, okay, so guess what? Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. Hold on. What have I done here? We had 30. Okay, we had 30. There were 2 people crossed off. 20, oh, golly. Okay. So I guess we have 28. Now, not 30, but I've totally messed something up. C, that's Nick's mom, Carolyn. Everybody calls her C. And Gary, I missed a person. Nick, Lael, Sam, Lena, my mom, Lainey, Jace, Owen, Maria. Oh, gosh, Maria's boyfriend, Dave. Sorry, Dave. All right, and now guess what? Who knows how many people, who knows? I think this is it. I don't think anyone else is showing up. But if you're planning on 28 or 30, you get a couple more stragglers, it's really okay, right? It's okay, because if you've got room for 28, you've got room for 30 or whatever. Do you make place cards for everyone, or is it a free-for-all seating? It's free-for-all seating. Totally free-for-all seating. All right, my friends. So guess what? Because I can't do the grocery list yet, and I need Nick for that, I will have to finish that up later. But look, there is my kind of one of the big, this is the big to-do list for that Christmas dinner party that we have every year. So, and it's kind of a little bit, I mean, the to-do list is, I mean, really the to-do list is the groceries and then make all the food. But the big thing that I haven't added, my big to-do list for this day, and it's huge, is setting all the tables and with all of the dishes and all the silverware and all the napkins and and getting all of the serving pieces out and all that. I mean, okay, it's not huge because it's nothing compared to cooking all the food, but I have my own. I don't just sit back on the couch and eat bonbons and drink wine all day. All right, so you guys, there we go. I think the only thing I'm going to do here is, because we know it's December, it doesn't really matter that I date this one, but I would like to say, I think, 2025, because that's important, because the guest list is specific to this year, right? Okay, my friends, so this is what I'm going to do. We still have one more giveaway. We did 4 today, or this will be number 4. Reggie's in the corner. He's in the corner. He's still in his bucket, but he's looking at me. He knows I'm getting ready to be done. He can tell. I'm going to rotate the camera. And although we won't quite be ready for the new filming setup in the next time we are together on Saturday the 27th, hopefully it's not longer after that. So we won't be doing the weird rotating and all that, all right? And plugging in and forgetting to plug in. So we'll still do one more giveaway, and I'll do it when I am done. And I don't have much left, you guys. Basically, I just want to say thank you. Just thank you. You guys, I would not, my business is where it is because of you. I shared with the creative team the other day, my business has grown 40% this year, you guys, which is, that is incredible. It is incredible. I will say that's incredible. And I mean growth sales wise. So thank you for that. I could not do that without you. I couldn't, right? I could sit here and design products and have designers design products and I could work with the product, but if you guys weren't here, none of it would be here. So just thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for hanging out with us on Saturday. Thank you for being patient when the internet decides it wants to, mess with us, because it does. But thank you most of all, especially on days today, for giving me a place where I can craft and play and hang out and laugh and have a good time and be creative, and it's not work. This is not work for me. And when you have a creative business, so much of your creativity has to be work, because you have to create, right? You have to. But this for me, it's not a have to, it's a want to. And that's why we're still doing it 5.5 years later. That's why we're still doing it, because I love it. And I would miss it, and I would miss you guys. So have a wonderful rest of your holiday season. We'll still be together. We are listing next Saturday on the 27th. Don't worry. But For some of us, there's a holiday in there, Christmas, right? Christmas Eve, there's a lot happening in there. So you will see a couple of emails from me coming. One on Sunday, one on Monday. I don't remember. One on Monday, one on Tuesday, one Wednesday. The one on Wednesday will be all the listing stuff for Saturday. I don't want to send out an email on Christmas. I won't send an email out on Christmas. I also don't want to do it on Friday because then it's kind of late if you were planning on listing and getting stuff ready or whatever. So just know, listing information for Saturday the 27th will come out on Wednesday, which I think is the 23rd, right? 24th? No, I don't know. Whatever it is. I don't know. Just watch. And if you don't get the email or don't see it, just know you can always go to the website and you'll see on the blog. You'll get the information. You'll have the link. You'll know what time, same bat channel, here on Saturday the 27th at 9 a.m. Pacific. All right, so you guys, if Christmas for you is hard, and I know my heart goes out to you. I know for some people it's a really hard time of year. Just know you're not alone, please. Just know you're not alone. Know you're loved. Know that you're special. You're important. Figure out whatever you need to do to get through next week. Whatever you do, if it's sitting on the couch eating a box of See's chocolates, you know what? You do it because you need to and you deserve it, right? Just take care of yourself. That's the most important thing. Take care of yourself. All right, I have one more giveaway. So let me stop. Let me scroll up. Let's see who's going to win the last giveaway, and then we'll say our goodbyes until next Saturday. Okay? Okay. All right. So winner is Kate Bow 50. Kate Bow 50, you are our last winner today. You are winning a $25 store credit. So Kate Bow 50, if you would also please, Kate Bow 50. If you would please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line of the email, please put $25 credit, whatever, so that I know that's what you won. That's so important. Love it when you guys email and say, I won a prize, yay, and I'm like, what did you win? And then I've got to go try to figure out what you won. So let me know what you won, and I will get that added. If you send it today, I will get it added today. Depending on when you send it, I will try to get it added as soon as possible. If you send it to me next week, it may or may not happen. So I will eventually get to it. But thank you, friends. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Have a great week, and I hope to see you here Saturday because we'll have lots more fun listing next Saturday. We are now going to be moving into the part of the year where we're doing lots of recap lists and lots of looking forward lists. So if you haven't started listing with us before, this time of year is a really good time to start because we're starting our things I'm looking forward to next year, those types of lists, which if you're somebody that likes to start at a starting point, then it's the perfect time to start, okay? All right, you guys, I'll let you go. Thanks for joining me today. Bye-bye. And thanks so much again for your patience with the technical difficulties. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Bye, friends. Oh, and Reggie he knows we're done. He is now standing on the table like, okay, it's time to continue our day. Bye-bye. Oh, almost bye-bye. Almost. Got to find the button. All of this is going to go away when we have the new setup. So just,